Chapter 9:20. Father, the hot water is ready. Go and take a bath first. I'll ask the servants to prepare dinner, said Andrea. In the beginning, the establishment of the hot springs in Turin could be said to have changed the living habits of the people of Dionia. Coupled with the strong recommendation of the doctors in the Turin hospital, the people of Dionia began to regard bathing as a way to relieve fatigue, eliminate diseases, and benefit the body and mind. This was especially true for the elderly. Most of the senators were people who practiced what they preached. However, the hot springs on the banks of the Tino River were relatively far from the city of Turin, and it was not very convenient to go back and forth every day. Therefore, building a good bath in their own mansions became the goal of the ministers and the rich of the kingdom. Still, it was the king's Devers, who was favored by Hades, who proposed an effective method. After a period of experimentation, he successfully created a new type of family bathroom similar to the hot springs. Once again, it became the target of the people of the kingdom. This kind of bathroom used the principle of cold and hot convection. Not only could it quickly heat the whole pool of water, but the hot air produced when boiling water could also be effectively used to heat the bathroom floor. It was convenient and comfortable. Soon, it was popularized in the kingdom. Ever since this kind of bathroom was built at home, Vespa fell in love with it. Taking a bath became a daily habit of his before going to bed every night. After listening to his daughter-in-law's words, Vespa nodded and looked at the bathroom on the side of the main building. Just as he was about to step in that direction, he suddenly felt that something was missing, so he asked, "Has Lysias come home from school?" School ended a little early today, but he went to play with Eunice and Apox. Princess Christoia asked him to stay for dinner, so he will come back later. This child has a good relationship with the royal family since he was a child. It seems that when he grows up in the future, we don't have to worry too much about him. Vespa sighed with relief for a while. Suddenly, he turned his head and said, "I want to resign as the rotating president of the Senate. What do you think?" Andrea was stunned for a moment. She looked at her father-in-law and asked softly, "Father, why do you suddenly have this idea? I'm getting old, and I don't have much energy left. There are too many things to handle in the kingdom, and I can't handle them all." Vespa sighed. Since he had already spoken his mind for a long time, he decided to continue. "I used to occupy this position because I wanted to give the Lucanians to give my family more benefits. Later on, Lucania municipality developed very well. Sima, Eureza Lizaru, they all became senators, and our family also established a firm foothold in the kingdom. Bagul and Assis have always been valued by His Majesty. I've long since given up on this position, but I'm still here. Do you know why?" Andrea had been with Vespa for more than 10 years, so she had a rough idea of what was going on. However, she shook her head, pretending not to know anything. "That's because of Butler," Vespa said heavily. He then looked at Andrea and said in a serious tone, "All these years, Bagul has been working outside, and the time he spends at home is too short. It's time for him to come back to Turii and reunite with our family. But with his current position in the kingdom, other than the rotating president of the Senate, no other position is suitable for him. But it's not that easy to become the rotating president. Only one senator from Lucania can hold this position. If I quit early, it's very likely that another senator will take the position, and Bagul won't have a chance." At this point, Vespa thought of Himeng. He hesitated and said to his daughter-in-law, "You are so close to Princess Christoia. Could you let her mention it to His Majesty when she has the chance? After I resign from the position of chairman, I can let Bagala take over. That way, I can rest assured." Andrea heard this and felt awkward. Under Vespa's gaze, she said tactfully, "Father, as far as I know, His Majesty has a strict order not to let his family interfere with politics. Princess Christoia has never mentioned this in front of His Majesty." Andrea saw Vespa's disappointed expression and quickly said, "But I'll try my best to get the princess to help me." "That's right. When Butler comes back, you and your wife can have a good reunion. I'm still waiting for another grandson." Vespa smiled. While the Sparta army was fighting hard in central Greece, King Agelaus of Sparta was living his days leisurely in the rear. On this day, his good friend Xenophon came to visit him and was warmly welcomed. Xenophon, You haven't come to see me for a long time. I thought you thought I was old and useless." Agesilaus held his arm excitedly and patted his shoulder with his other hand. "I've been busy writing about the Greek mercenary expedition to Persia. I just finished writing yesterday, so I came to visit you," Xenophon explained. "Mercenary expedition to Persia. You're talking about how you were hired by young Cyrus 20 years ago to help him fight against Artaxerxes, right? I wonder if I have the chance to read it?" Agesilaus asked with a smile. "King Agesilaus, you've been fighting in Asia Minor for many years and have a deep understanding of the Persia army. I'd like you to read it and help me point out any mistakes," Xenophon said seriously as he took out a book made of papyrus. "It's fine if you want Sparta warriors to teach you how to lead an army to war, but isn't it a joke if you want us to teach you how to write?" Agesilaus teased. He laughed as he took the book and flipped through a few pages. Gradually, he was attracted by the words in the book and began to read attentively. Seeing this, Xenophon was more confident in the book he wrote. He sat quietly at the side and waited. After nearly half an hour, Agesilaus raised his head and rubbed his tired eyes. He looked at Xenophon and praised. "Very well written. Very interesting. If you weren't here, I would really want to finish reading it in one go." "In that case, I can leave now." Xenophon pretended to be serious as he stood up. The two of them laughed. "You've told me about young Cyrus in the past, and that you hold him in high regard. But in my opinion, at least in terms of military affairs, he's still relatively inexperienced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life and put the entire army in danger when he had the upper hand." Agesilaus patted the book on the table and expressed his opinion. Xenophon nodded and did not say anything. "I've roughly flipped through it and realized that in this book, you've described more about the Devers than the others, and there are also many signs and prophecies about him," Agesilaus said slowly as he touched the book. Xenophon said honestly, "That's true. In fact, the Devers played an important role in the mercenaries breaking out of the siege of Persia's army and finally returning to Greece. Even Charles Thorpe did not contribute as much as he did. This is an undeniable fact. But to me, I believe that the Devers have indeed received the blessing of Hades. Otherwise, it's hard to believe that a recruit from a village in Thessaly, who has never received any education and almost never participated in a war, suddenly became a smart, flexible, and calm general when our mercenaries were in a desperate situation. This should be God's blessing for our mercenaries, our fortune. Yes, it used to be the fortune of the mercenaries, but now it has become the biggest headache for Sparta." Agesilaus sighed. Xenophon did not say anything. He suddenly recalled the scene when he first met the Devers. The seemingly ordinary young man talked nonstop about the shortcomings of the regime in Athens and Sparta, and it really amazed him. He still remembered that when he could not help but ask, "Where is the best regime in the world today?" The young man merely smiled and did not answer. Could it be that the kingdom of Dionia today was the answer he gave? "I've heard some news recently. The people who escaped from the other side of the Adriatic Sea to Peloponnesus more than 10 years ago are gathering an army and preparing to cross the sea to reclaim the territory they once lost. It is said that they have the support of Sparta. Although Dionia is currently at war, I don't think this is a very wise move for Sparta," Xenophon reminded tactfully. "I also raised an objection in the Elder Council, but they did not listen. Sigh, you know my current situation," Agesilaus said helplessly, looking a little down. Xenophon knew what he was referring to. A few months ago, Agesilaus defended Sfordelas, the general of the Sparta garrison in Thespia, who had plotted to attack the port of Piraeus in Athens, but failed, allowing Sfordelas to not receive any punishment. In the end, the angry people of Athens formed an alliance with the Thebes and declared war on Sparta. This made it difficult for the Sparta allies to fight in central Greece. The people of Sparta regretted it. They began to blame Agesilaus, believing that it was his protection that allowed the foolish Sfordelas to not be punished, resulting in the terrible situation today. Although the people of Sparta did not have as much influence on the government as other democratic city-states, their dissatisfaction still affected the Elder Council and the censor. The censor talked to Agesilaus and Sfordelas several times, wanting to investigate whether there had been any bribery between them. The Elder Council made a decision, claiming that Agesilaus, the king of Sparta, had served in the army for 40 years. The citizens of his generation had long since retired from the battlefield, but he still continued to fight for Sparta. This was truly admirable and a role model for the citizens. However, he was already in poor health, and now that he was getting old, for the sake of his health, the Elder Council decided not to let the honorable Agesilaus lead the army into battle anymore. The Elder Council said that it was for Agesilaus' good, but the current political system of Sparta had developed so much that the king did not have much power left. As the commander of Sparta, leading the army into battle was their greatest power and also their greatest source of prestige. Without it, Agesilaus was equivalent to being idle. Chapter 9:21. Although Xenophon did not agree with Agesilaus' actions of shielding the selfish and foolish general who attempted to plunder Athens, this was Agesilaus, a king who valued friendship very much. Xenophon had no choice but to comfort him. Now, Cleombrotus, another Sparta king, has led his allies to fight in central Greece for several months and has not been able to make much progress. If the war continues to be in a stalemate, it will not be beneficial for Sparta. Some of the city-states who were originally dissatisfied with Sparta might join the alliance of the Thebes of Athens and strengthen the resistance against Sparta. By then, the Sparta people may remember you again. Agesilaus did not respond to Xenophon's words. On the one hand, he did not want to see Sparta fall into such a predicament. On the other hand, he did not want to judge the performance of another Sparta king in central Greece and appear to be narrow-minded. So he changed the topic and said, half jokingly and half seriously, "Xenophon, you are from Athens. Do you want Athens to be defeated?" Xenophon said seriously, "I do not want Athens to be defeated, nor do I want Sparta to be defeated. Athens and Sparta have their own strengths and complement each other. They should not be enemies. If the two city-states unite, then the whole of Greece can be united, and we can compete with other powerful forces in the Mediterranean." Very good idea. Agesilaus looked at Xenophon and finally said. After sending Xenophon off, Agesilaus returned to the house and saw the book on the table. He was in a daze for a while. He did not tell Xenophon the truth about Sparta supporting the fugitives to counterattack Apulia because he did not oppose it in the Council of Elders. More than 500 warships, 100,000 soldiers. Agesilaus muttered in a low voice. When he first heard about the number of troops that the kingdom of Dionia had sent after the outbreak of war, Carthage's side did the same. He was indeed frightened. He had carefully estimated that even if Peloponnesus, central Greece, and northern Greece were united, they would barely be able to gather such a huge number. However, Dionia could do it relatively easily. This made him feel fearful because he knew very well that although Sparta and Dionia were still allies, due to the close distance between them and their ambitions, there would inevitably be a war due to the conflict of interests. Therefore, he hoped that Carthage would win this war. Although it was a foreign race, Persia was also a foreign race. Weren't they working well together now? After all, the current situation in the Western Mediterranean was different from the era when Dionysius dominated Sicily. Thinking of this, Agesilaus felt that time was running out again. Just as Xenophon said, Cleombrotus had led the army to fight in central Greece for so long, but there had been no significant progress so far. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for Sparta. Should he take some action? Due to the looting of Sparta's generals and their subsequent acquittal, Athens declared war on Sparta and formed an alliance with the Thebes. Soon, Chios, Byzantium, Rhodes, Euboea, and other city-states joined this new alliance. This new alliance was named the Second Athens Alliance. After all, the establishment of the alliance was led by Athens, and most of the city-states that joined the alliance were city-states that had allied with Athens in recent years. In order to distinguish it from the Delian alliance established by Athens during the Peloponnesus War, the alliance declared that the purpose of the alliance was to protect the independence of the Greek states and resist the oppression of Sparta. In order to recruit and hire more soldiers to fight against Sparta, the Athens Assembly also passed a resolution to resume the collection of property taxes. In order to collect taxes more quickly and easily, the Athens government also reformed the collection method. The newly established Thebes government focused all its energy on military affairs. They relied on the strong city defense to resist the first wave of attack from the Sparta coalition. With the arrival of autumn, the soldiers of the Sparta coalition returned to their respective city-states to prepare for the autumn harvest. King Cleombrotus of Sparta had less than 3,000 Sparta warriors left under his command. He did not want to waste the precious Sparta warriors in the siege, so he temporarily led the army to retreat to Plataea. The Thebes government seized this precious time to mobilize the people of the city to surround the city of Thebes, digging trenches, building ramparts, taking all measures to strengthen the city defense to defend against the next attack of the Sparta coalition. At the same time, they also actively united with the neighboring city-states of Boeotia that had become independent and actively assisted them to strengthen their defense in order to block Sparta outside the territory of the Thebes. At the same time, the Sparta government also gathered the citizens in the city and conducted military training every day. The person in charge was Epaminondas. His outstanding performance in the previous battle had won the recognition and respect of the people of the city. Everyone actively participated in the training plan that he had formulated, and no one questioned the plan. However, Epaminondas was not satisfied with just defending the city of Thebes. He realized that only by defeating the Sparta in the battle could it be possible to completely remove the threat that Sparta posed to the Thebes. Only then could the Thebes usher in a real rise. Therefore, while he was busy training the citizens, he also made a new proposal to Pelopidas, which was to establish an elite heavy infantry company that could compete with the famous Kingsguard of Sparta in Greece. He even proposed that the Thebes should be composed of homosexual couples, based on the fact that there were more homosexuals among the citizens of Thebes. He believed that it was because of the intimate relationship between these couples that they could motivate each other in battle, help each other, and go through life and death together. Although homosexuals were highly respected in Greece, an army specifically composed of homosexuals had never appeared in any of the Greek states before. If this proposal was made in other Greek states, or even Athens, it might be questioned by many people. However, the new Thebes government was composed of radicals led by Pelopidas. They were young, energetic, passionate, adventurous, and innovative. Therefore, when they realized that Epaminondas' plan could greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the Thebes militia, they immediately approved it and carried it out. Pelopidas and Epaminondas personally selected the citizens of the city and soon formed a heavy infantry company of 300 people, 150 couples. These soldiers were about 20 years old, all born into noble families of Thebes, and basically all had undergone long-term training in wrestling schools. They were all tall, strong, and agile. Epaminondas began to give them more rigorous heavy infantry training. In Sicily, Carthage's army officially began the attack on the territory of Ionia. Hasdrubal led 30,000 soldiers straight north from Gela and began the attack on Hina. At the same time, Margo personally led more than 50,000 soldiers from Comallina into the territory of Syracuse and set up camp in the northwest of the territory. Their target was Paragonia, which was not far from the camp. Syracuse also gathered more than 10,000 soldiers, led by General Philippus, through the Ixa Gate and attacked Tanis, which was not far to the north. The southern border of Dionia's territory in Sicily was attacked by 3 armies, but the cities of Sicily and their allies of Ionia did not panic, and they methodically defended according to their previous deployment. When Hasdrubal led his army to Hina, he was in a bit of a pickle. Not only was Hina built on a hill, it was also bordered by 2 sizable lakes to the north and south, which made it difficult for Carthage's army to surround it. His army could not spread out during the attack, and his advantage in numbers could not be fully utilized. At the beginning of the war, the governor of Hina, Crelu, under Leotychides' suggestion, mobilized the people and used the 2 lakes to dig a wider moat under the hill. This was an obstacle for the siege weapons of Carthage's army to approach the city. In addition, Leotychides sent 3,000 soldiers of the 8th Legion to Hina, and the militia in Hina there were more than 5,000 soldiers in the city. After several days of careful preparation, Hasdrubal began to attack the city with all his might. However, after a day of fierce fighting, he did not even manage to break through the top of the city wall. The attacks that followed were also failures. Due to the large number of casualties, Hasdrubal had to stop the attack and rest. Margot's army was also in trouble. For months, the Dionia soldiers who stayed in Paragonia had been building defensive facilities with the help of the people of Kadani. They laid traps outside the village, built watchtowers outside the traps, dug trenches outside the watchtowers, and set traps outside the trenches. Like this, they extended for a few miles to the south, guarding the only flat area between the south coast and the mountains of Kadani. In order to open up this road, Margot's army was tortured by the traps and harassed by the watchtower archers. After a few days, they only managed to clear less than 1/3 of the roadblocks, but the morale of the soldiers was low. After 2 days of rest, Margot finally decided to change the route of attack. He crossed the mountains and went to Liatini. On the east coast, Syracuse's army had already arrived at the city of Tanis, but it took them 5 days to build their camp. After the first attack failed, they stayed in the camp and did not make any movements. Saturnicum, the unfortunate Volsky town, was attacked and occupied by the people of Rome last year. This year, it was besieged by the Dionysian army for nearly 2 months. Recently, every day, the families of Rome's citizens, under the custody of the Dionysian army, would shout at the soldiers on the city wall to persuade them to surrender. Chapter 922. From them, the defending soldiers learned that Antium had been captured by the Dionysian army, and Saturnicum was the only 2 Rome towns that were still resisting. This caused a stir in the hearts of the soldiers. Under such circumstances, Quintus took the liberty of hiding from Camillus and disregarding the opposition of the other generals. He secretly led 4,000 soldiers out of the city at night in an attempt to attack the Dionia camp, hoping to win a victory to boost the morale of the soldiers. However, not long after they left the city, they were discovered by the mountain reconnaissance brigade's hidden sentries outside the camp. The Devers quickly mobilized the army to encircle and suppress them. Quintus saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly ordered a retreat. He personally led the army to stop the pursuing army. In the end, he died on the battlefield. Nearly half of the army he led were either killed, wounded, or captured. The failure of this sneak attack caused a great blow to the morale of the Rome soldiers. They began to doubt Camillus's words. As long as we hold on, our chance will come, which they firmly believed in before. In September, when the people of other city-states were rejoicing, the city of Saturnicum seemed lifeless. The sentries on the city wall rarely patrolled back and forth. Most of them were leaning against the city wall, leaning or sitting, lost in their own thoughts. They rarely even talked to their teammates. On the streets of the city, filthy vomit could be seen everywhere, and soldiers lying on the sides of the road in 2s and 3s. The area outside the barracks for wounded soldiers in the square was packed with people. They ignored the pungent smell and the flying mosquitoes and insisted on seeing a doctor. Their heart-wrenching coughs could almost be heard throughout the entire square. In the bedroom of the Castellan's mansion, Camillus suddenly opened his eyes in a nightmare. The confidant slave who was standing restlessly in front of the bed immediately shouted with joy, "Sir, you are awake." Camillus moved his neck with difficulty. He looked around and whispered in a hoarse voice, "Water, water." The slave hurriedly picked up the water bottle that had been prepared, then held his head with one hand and fed him water. After Camillus drank some water, he felt a little better and asked in a low voice, "How long did I sleep this time?" Two days," the slave said with a slightly dejected expression. Hearing this, Camillus's face darkened. The time he spent unconscious was getting longer and longer, and he felt as if his organs were starting to decay. This gave him a sense of urgency. "What's the situation outside?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that he was being silly. How could a slave know this? So he changed his words and asked, "Where is Lucius?" "Master Lucius is sick." The slave's body trembled. Camillus was taken aback. He was more concerned about Saturnicum than about his son. So he asked, "Go and get Titus." Titus was temporarily in charge of the army for him, and often reported to him. "Master Titus is sick too. He hasn't come to see you for 2 days," the slave said urgently. His face was pale. "Even Titus is sick?" Camillus was stunned again. Decades of experience in the war had given him a sense of vigilance. He immediately asked, "And who's sick?" "Lord Licinius. Lord Servius. I heard that there are many soldiers. Lord, could it be? Could it be?" The slave's face was filled with panic and fear, but he did not dare to say the word. Camillus's face was frighteningly pale. He said in a deep voice, "Go get all the generals who are not sick, cough, cough, immediately." "You suspect it's the plague?" Hearing the word from Meges' mouth, Camillus suddenly opened his cloudy eyes, and his dry throat let out the loudest sound he had ever made since he woke up. Even though he had a trace of suspicion before, he still did not want to believe it was true. Lord Dictator, Meges, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, looked very panicked at the moment. He said with a trembling voice, "In my decades of military career, I have seen 1 or 2 plagues, and this time this is very similar to the previous ones. The same fever, headache, vomiting, diarrhea, weakness, and soldiers are constantly showing the same symptoms." Camillus closed his eyes in pain. Meges, Aulus, and the other generals did not speak anymore. They all looked helplessly at the old man who had completely lost the ability to move. After a long time, Camillus slowly opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. His face was full of sadness. He murmured, "The great Jupiter, are you going to give up on Rome?" As soon as he finished speaking, all the generals in the room shed tears. Camillus turned his head with difficulty and looked at the generals surrounding his bed. His expression was terrifyingly calm. Surrender to Olivia, Aulus, Meges, and the other generals were shocked when they heard this. They subconsciously objected loudly. "Lord Dictator, we must not surrender. We can still continue to fight." Camillus let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, "Before the plague spreads to the whole city, surrender to Dionia. At least we can save the lives of some people. This is Camillus's last order as the dictator of Rome." After saying this, he closed his eyes. 2 streams of turbid tears flowed down his face. The room was silent. After a while, the generals walked out of the bedroom. Each of them was thinking about their own matters and walked out of the governor's mansion in silence. Are we really going to listen to the dictator's order and surrender to Dionia? A general finally could not help but ask loudly, "What else can we do if we don't surrender? We are trapped in the city with nowhere to run. In the end, we will only be infected by the plague. Our souls will not be able to find peace after we die." Another general could not bear the pressure in his heart and lost control of his emotions. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He loudly questioned the god he worshipped. "Jupiter, aren't you the protector of Rome? Now that Rome is about to fall, where are you?" When the others heard this, no one went to stop their colleagues' blasphemous behavior. Instead, they looked even more sorrowful. At this time, Aulus suddenly said, "The plague can infect the soldiers of Rome. Of course, it can also infect the people of Dionia. We can use the opportunity of surrendering to let the Diorians also get infected by the plague. Maybe this will be a turning point for Rome." Meges and the others were stunned. Their eyes immediately lit up. The main force of the Dionysian army was under the city. If they were infected by the plague and most of the soldiers died, would they still have the ability to control the Latin region that they had just conquered? In the big tent of the Dionia camp, the Devers were reading a battle report that had just been sent from Campania. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. "Your Majesty, is it Alexis who sent good news?" Henneborus asked softly with some curiosity. "The great leader of the Petni has sent a messenger to Alexis, asking for a truce and peace. The Catini have also sent a messenger to Xanaparis, expressing the same intention." The Devers patted his arm lightly with the letter in his hand. His tone was very light. "There are no Caracini?" Henneborus asked. "Among the 4 major Samanai tribes, the Caracini are the most conservative and stubborn, but they are also the weakest. This time, their losses are not small. They think that we can't do anything to them because they are hiding in the mountains. Don't forget, without the help of other tribes, the neighboring mountain tribes, such as the Maxi and the Hernissai, will be very willing to settle old scores with them. The Devers smiled contemptuously. At that time, the Caracini will take the initiative to find us. As he spoke, he handed the battle report in his hand to Henoboris, then asked Crotocatax beside him, Crotocatax, how do you think we should deal with the two Samanai tribes, Catini and Pentni? Since the Devers had already described his initial plan of dealing with the four major Samanai tribes, Crotocatax had also thought about it carefully these days. Therefore, in the face of the Devers' test, he said with some confidence, Father, the Samanai were once our allies, but they tore up the alliance, started a war, and wantonly plundered the people of the kingdom and the allies. Therefore, this time, we must increase the punishment and control of the Samanai tribe to prevent them from rebelling again in the future. My suggestion is that the chief of Pentni and Catini must go to Turiai to receive severe punishment, and the other tribal chiefs must also be punished accordingly. At the same time, the tribes must offer hostages. Like you said before, Father, the Pentni and Catini tribes must become the vassals of the kingdom. All the land of Catini that we have now will belong to the kingdom. The Catini tribe will only keep the land north of the Volturno River as a buffer between the kingdom and the Sidicini, Oronkai, and other mountain tribes. The new chief of the Catini tribe must be chosen from the original Niconia tribe. We have not captured much of Pentni's land, but Pentni must cede the mountains adjacent to Downey so that we can build a city there. Also, these two tribes must not restrict the priests of the kingdom from building temples in the mountains, and must not restrict the people of the kingdom from trading with the Samanai tribes. Your Majesty, Prince Clotho's explanation is very comprehensive and meticulous. Tormid praised. The Devers smiled and nodded. It seems that after the last examination, although you have been busy with me in Latin these days, you have also been thinking about how to deal with the Samanai tribe. In this suggestion, you have completely considered the problem from the perspective of the kingdom's interests. The plan you gave is more detailed, specific, and operable. Very good. Chapter 923. Receiving his father's praise, Crotocatax showed a happy smile. It's just that. The Devers paused and said gently, I used to say that you're too gentle, but this time, you're a little more intense. Catini's chief, Segavani, has been captured by us, and his head has been chopped off to appease the Naconians and Campanians. However, punishing Pinini and the chiefs of the two tribes may make the people happy, but in fact, it may cause the people of the two tribes to be dissatisfied, making the Samanai war unable to end soon. This is not what we want. You have to know that the tradition of the Samanai people is to respect the strong. Pinini and these tribal chiefs lost the war and lost their land, so they will lose prestige and appeal among their people. If we forgive them and support them to continue to be tribal chiefs, not only will we get their gratitude, but it will also be more beneficial for us to control the Samanai people. We can add a clause to the covenant. The chief of the Samanai tribes must be confirmed by the kingdom before he can officially exercise power in the tribe. This way, we can establish the kingdom's authority in the Samanai tribes. Of course, you propose that the new chief of Catini be chosen from the Naconians. Very good. I think we can let the young chief of Niconia, who first rose against the Catini in the Battle of Lola, be called. Your Majesty, his name is Vasink. He belongs to the second largest tribe in the Niconia region, Avangam. He has just been elected as the tribal chief by the people because his father was killed by Segavani. However, he seems a little too young, only 20 years old. Tormid gave a brief introduction of this person's situation and reminded them. It doesn't matter if he's young. As long as he trusts Dionia, then Dionia will support him, and he can become the chief. The Devers said proudly, Your Majesty is right. In the future, the Samanai tribe will not be able to survive in the mountains without the support of the kingdom. Henoboris expressed his support loudly. Clotocatax and Tormid were deep in thought. In addition, there's another very important thing that I forgot to mention last time. Crodo, you didn't notice it either. This time, the reason why the Samanai people were able to start the war, other than the agreement of the four chiefs, who else played a big role in it? Devers asked again. High Priest Samanai. Clodo Catax blurted out. That's right. High Priest Samani and his priest group are above all tribes and have a great influence on the Samani tribe. I even suspected that they were the main instigators of this war, because the kingdom's Hades priests entered the mountainous region to spread their faith, which violated their fundamental interests. Therefore, we must ask them to disband the priest group, and each tribe will elect their own high priest. Similarly, it must be confirmed by the kingdom. The holding of the Samanai, Savone sacrificial ceremony must be coordinated by the kingdom, and the four high priests will take turns presiding over it. Crotocatax carefully pondered over what the Devers said, understanding the use of political wisdom in it. He nodded frequently, but he was also a little doubtful. Father, this involves the Samanai people's faith and tradition for many years. I'm afraid they won't agree easily. Gurney will definitely agree. The Abalumians have been bullied by the priest group, and I'm afraid they have long wanted their own high priest Savone. The Caputini people have to agree because this tribe has suffered heavy losses and is almost destroyed. The Pentine people have to agree because their central town has been besieged for so long and is about to be attacked. As long as we change the tradition, we can exchange it for the survival of the tribe. I think they will agree in the end. As for Caracini, the Devers sneered. The other tribes have their own high priests, and the Samanai priests they have can only be used for themselves. The Samanai race originated from Caracini's territory, and there is a sacred mountain there, which is also where the Samanai priests are entrenched. If we don't solve this problem while the Samanai people are at their weakest, the Samanai people may bring a lot of trouble to the kingdom in the future. I understand. Crotocatax replied with great sincerity. Henny, write a letter to Alexis based on the contents of my conversation with Clotho, and let him talk to the Pentine and Caputini people according to the letter. The Devers finished speaking, but there was no response. Father, Uncle Henny just went out. Crotocatax pointed outside the tent and reminded the Devers. The tent flap was lifted, and Henneborus walked in again. Your Majesty, there are 2 more battle reports. One is from the Third Fleet, and the other is from Sicily. Oh, the Devers took the letter and opened it. The joy on his face disappeared in the blink of an eye. Your Majesty, is it bad news? Henneborus asked curiously. It's not too bad. The Devers quickly calmed down and said calmly. The infantry of the Third Fleet went ashore to attack a Phoenician village in Sardinia, but they encountered the prepared Phoenician army. The battle broke out, and the Third Fleet lost more than 400 people. Fortunately, they managed to retreat in the end. More than 400 people. That's not a small loss. Henneborus was a little shocked. The Devers knew that Sardinia was different from Corsica. It was a large island with a large area of land, many large rivers, and fertile hills and plains, which could be used for grazing and farming. Therefore, there were many Phoenicians on this island, and they had established St. Iberia, Albia, Saros, Calaris, Nora, Swerki. These were relatively large city-states. They had enough young and middle-aged citizens to build an army of more than 10,000 people. The news of the Third Fleet conquering Alenia could not be hidden from the Phoenicians of Sardinia, which was not far from Corsica. It was normal for them to be prepared. However, Middle-Aides had underestimated them because of their previous victory. After suffering such a setback, he would be more clear-headed in his future actions. Your Majesty, how should we reply? Henneborus asked. Just say that I already know. I hope that they can learn from their mistakes and be more flexible and cautious in future military operations. We have to use the advantage of the Navy to expand the scope of the attack to the entire island, so that the Phoenicians cannot predict the Third Fleet's movements. Father, are we not going to send reinforcements to support the Third Fleet? Clotocatax interrupted. The Phoenicians of Sardinia have been protected by Carthage for many years. They are greedy for peace and only want to protect their own territory. They have no ambition, and they will not pose any threat to us. This is not a problem that we need to solve urgently. The Third Fleet will be enough to hold them off. The Devers waved another letter in his hand and sighed softly. Our biggest threat still comes from Sicily. Although the news that Thurian is still alive has given me joy, Miltias has died in battle. The Fourth Fleet has been crippled. The friendly cities on the south coast of Sicily have fallen one after another, and Syracuse has suddenly sent troops to declare war. All these bad news make me feel uneasy. The Carthage army, led by Margo, is very imposing. Our Sicilian territory will be violently attacked by them, the Devers said worriedly. After putting the letter on the table with a solemn expression, he did not say anything else. Instead, he put his hands behind his back and paced back and forth in the tent. Henneborus picked up the letter curiously and read it carefully. Clotocatax was not as bold as him. After all, he had received military training and understood military law. He knew that peeking at military intelligence without permission would be severely punished. Hence, even though he was curious, he only glanced at Henneborus. The Carthage army and Syracuse have launched an attack on our Sicilian territory together. Hena, Paragonia, and Taunus have been attacked at the same time. Henneborus said softly to Clotocatax after reading the letter. How many enemies are there? The letter says that there are at least 100,000 people participating in the attack. Our army in Sicily only has a little more than 20,000 people, right? To be precise, there are about 30,000 people from the 7th and 8th Legions and the Sicilian Legion's reserves, the two of them discussed in low voices. The Dever stopped and said, Clotho, go and call Tormid over. It seems that it's time to take down Saturnicum. Yes. Clotocatax walked out of the tent excitedly. Your Majesty, isn't it a little too early to attack Saturnicum now? The last time we attacked Anium, although the Rome army only had 3,000 defending soldiers, we still paid a heavy price. There are more Rome soldiers in Saturnicum than in Antium. Henneborus couldn't help but remind him. According to the observation of the scouts in the mountain, the number of patrols on the city walls has decreased significantly. When the families of the Rome soldiers persuaded them to surrender, they leaned on the battlements and listened. Their officers didn't stop them either. This has never happened before. It means that the morale of the defending soldiers in Rome has dropped significantly. I originally thought that the defending soldiers in Rome would surrender on their own, but we can't wait any longer. The sooner we end the war here, the sooner we can rescue Sicily. The Devers' tone was firm. Henneborus didn't try to persuade him anymore. Instead, he followed the Devers' instructions and started to write a reply to Alexis. At this time, the captain of the palace guards, Marcius, walked into the tent and said, Your Majesty, Legion Commander Martones wishes to see you for an important matter. Let him in. Martones walked into the tent happily and said loudly, Your Majesty, Saturnicum has sent an envoy from Rome. They are requesting to surrender. Chapter 924. What did you say? Devers thought they had misheard. Your Majesty, we don't have to attack Saturnicum anymore. The people of Rome are about to surrender. Hennepolis repeated joyfully. The reason why the Devers lost their composure just now was because once Saturnicum surrendered, the lady, who had less than 3,000 soldiers, would not be able to defend the city alone. It was almost certain that Rome would be completely destroyed. Devers felt like he was in a dream when he thought about how Rome, which had dominated the Mediterranean Sea in his previous life, would soon be destroyed by him. He pressed his hand on the hard table to calm himself down. Then he said in a deep voice, Summon all the senior generals to the main tent. Let them witness the moment of Rome's surrender. Aulus was dressed in a white linen shirt with a fitted dark red leather armor. He also had a bright red robe draped over his shoulders. The corner of the robe was pulled over his left arm, and he held a papyrus scroll on a wooden spool in his hand. There was originally a short sword hanging from his waist, but it was removed by the guards before he entered the tent. Thus, he placed his right hand on his waist, raised his head, and walked resolutely into the Dionia tent. As soon as he entered the tent, he saw 9 people standing on both sides. Most of them were wearing black military uniforms and helmets with purple and red tassels. Aulus had led the army to fight for Dionia for several months, and he knew that those who wore such attire were high-ranking generals of the Dionysian army. However, One of them was wearing the attire of a Roman officer, and he also had the appearance of a Roman. Aulus felt that this person was somewhat familiar, and he immediately thought that this person might be the commander of the Roman rebel army, Sextus, who was often scolded by the soldiers. He took a deep look at him. Sextus met his gaze without avoiding it. Aulus immediately collected his thoughts and focused his gaze on the center. The king of Dionia was also dressed in military attire, sitting upright on a wooden chair and looking at him with a serious expression. Aulus immediately bowed and said in Greek, "Honorable king of Dionia, I'm the envoy sent by the dictator of Rome, Camillus. I'm the commander of the Roman army, Aulus Comnenius Cassus. On the orders of Lord Camillus, I present you our letter of surrender." The Devers were surprised. Letter of surrender? As for surrendering, aren't you going to raise some conditions and come to an agreement before surrendering? He surrendered just like that? The reason is stated in the letter. You'll understand after reading it. Aulus raised the wooden scroll in his hand. Henoborus quickly took the scroll and handed it to the Devers. While the Devers were reading it carefully, Oliver suddenly chuckled and said to Georges beside him, "Looking at the attitude of this envoy from Rome when he walked into the tent, I thought he was here to tell us that the people of Rome wanted to fight to the death with us. I didn't expect him to be here to surrender." Georges considered the mood of the envoy from Rome and did not reply. However, Matones said, "That's right, it's really disappointing. The siege on the war horse was about to begin, and the brothers were still looking forward to breaking the city and making contributions." Aulus turned a deaf ear to the mocking words between the high-ranking generals of Dionia. He only stared at the Devers in front of him while suppressing the nervousness in his heart. It was not that he and Meges had not considered sending an envoy to negotiate first, raise some conditions, and finally come to an agreement to surrender. This would be more beneficial to them, and would also be less likely to arouse the suspicions of the people of Dionia. However, the plague had spread too quickly in the city. In just one day of their negotiation, many soldiers had fallen sick, and using the method of negotiation would undoubtedly waste too much time. By the time the surrender agreement was reached, most of the people in the city would probably have fallen, and it would be impossible to hide it from the people of Dionia. Therefore, they chose to use the name of Camillus to write a letter of surrender. This could speed up the process. So that's how it is. The Devers placed the letter on the table, looked at Aulus, and said, "Your rations have run out, and many of the soldiers of Rome have lost their will to fight." They actually ran to Camillus's residence and caused a ruckus, demanding that the city gates be opened to let them go home. "Aulus, is the situation in Rome really that bad?" "From what I remember, the people of Rome are tenacious and will not surrender easily. When the Celts occupied Rome, didn't you also defend Capitoline for half a year? Why did you surrender so easily this time?" The invasion of the Gauls was completely different from this one. The brutality of the Gauls made all the city-states and races in Latin angry. But you people of Dionia? Aulus glanced at Sextus and sighed unwillingly. "I have to admit, you people are able to make many city-states surrender to you, including a large number of civilians in Rome. Right now, we can only fight alone. I can't see any hope." Aulus' words came from the bottom of his heart. The Devers looked at him and asked, "How is your dictator, Camillus? I heard that he fainted during the battle, and he has already fallen into a coma." Aulus calmly said, "Lord Camillus is not in a coma. He is only paralyzed and bedridden, but his mind is clear. He can speak, give orders, and command deployments without any problems." This letter was written under his dictation. Henoborus suddenly asked, "In the letter, you said that there is a shortage of rations in the city, but from your complexion, it doesn't seem like there is a shortage of rations." Aulus raised his head again. "I have already introduced myself. I'm the commander of the army. If the commander of the army is starving, how can I command the soldiers to fight? Don't the generals of the Roman army suffer together with the soldiers?" Georges couldn't help but ask. "The Senate of Rome has such a rule, but it depends on the cultivation of the generals of Rome. This person belongs to the Comnenius clan, which is the largest noble in Rome." Sextus suddenly said, I really didn't expect there to be a Roman in the big tent of Dionia." Aulus said contemptuously, Aulus said contemptuously, but in his heart he was grateful to Sextus for explaining for him. In this letter, Camillus believes that I can give the surrendered soldiers of Rome a good way out. Devers pointed at the letter, smiled, and said, "Since you belong to the Cominius clan, I believe you have heard from the families of Rome about how we deal with the surrendered nobles of Rome. For a large clan like the Cominius, it will be completely broken up and scattered to various places in the kingdom. Can you accept this?" Aulus' expression changed, but he immediately said proudly, "I believe that the people of our clan can live well anywhere we go." Devers nodded slightly and asked, "About the surrender, have all the soldiers in the city already known and completely accepted it?" They did not clearly express their opposition. When Devers heard this, he no longer had any doubts in his heart. He raised his eyes and glanced at the generals around him. Then he raised his voice and said, "Well, let us talk about how to accept your surrender and the arrangements after the war." Aulus heaved a sigh of relief. Devers left Tormid and Henneborus behind and began to discuss the surrender with Aulus. After Matones, Olivers, and the other generals walked out of the tent, they began to discuss the surrender of the defenders of Saturnicum. They all seemed to be regretful and excited. They were regretful because they could not personally lead the army to attack Saturnicum and completely defeat the Rome army. They were excited because the war in Rome was about to end, which meant that the army would soon move south to fight against the powerful Carthage army. At this moment, Matones saw Catissus, the captain of his army, hurrying towards the tent. Behind him was Stesichordas, the head of the medical camp and an elder of the Senate. Catissus, who was anxious, also saw his superior. He hurried over, and before Matones could ask, he whispered a few words into his ears. Matones' expression changed drastically. He immediately looked at Stesichordas and asked, "Are you sure?" "There's only one person. I can't be completely sure," Stesichordas said with a serious expression. "Come, follow me to see His Majesty," Matones said and rushed toward the tent. Although the other generals did not know what was going on, they also felt that something important had happened, so they quickly followed behind him. Aulus wanted to end things quickly, so the negotiations progressed very quickly. When everything was settled, he let out a sigh of relief and quickly stood up, preparing to bid farewell to King Devers. Matones quickly walked into the tent and rushed to the Devers side. He whispered a few words to him, "Your Majesty." The smile on the Devers' face was immediately covered by a layer of frost. He knocked on the table with his fingers, making rapid and forceful sounds. A moment later, he looked at Aulus with a sharp and dignified gaze. His voice was slow and powerful as he said, "Aulus, there's a plague in Saturnicum." "What?" Henneborus, Tormid, and the others exclaimed in shock. Aulus felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It turned out that after Aulus, Megis, and the others finished their conspiracy, they took into consideration that Aulus could speak Greek, so they made him the messenger. As a great noble of Rome, Aulus believed that even if it was a fake surrender, it could not tarnish the prestige of Rome. It had to be carried out according to the traditional etiquette of Rome. Otherwise, it would arouse the suspicion of the enemy. Therefore, he chose a group of soldiers who were checked to be healthy as his followers. He also strictly asked them not to talk about anything happening in Saturnicum after they entered the Dionia camp. After these people were allowed to enter the Dionia camp, Aulus went to meet the Devers. The small group of Rome soldiers were left near the entrance of the camp. They were surrounded by many Dionia soldiers, which made them nervous. Chapter 925. One of the Roman soldiers had a mild fever before they set off, but he did not say it out loud. This was because any soldier who had a fever in the past 2 days would be transferred out of the original team and disappeared without a trace. As a result, after he entered the Dionia camp, he was extremely nervous. Coupled with the fact that he had been standing still for a long time, his body was rapidly exhausted. He suddenly began to vomit and fainted on the ground. When the other Roman soldiers saw this, it was as if they had seen a ghost. They fled in panic. Although Aulus, Megis, and the others had taken some measures in the city to slow down the spread of the plague and forbid the soldiers from spreading rumors to prevent chaos. There were too many soldiers who had fainted in the past 2 days. The soldiers had more or less heard about it. The abnormal behavior of the Roman soldiers immediately attracted the attention of the Dionia team. Besides, Dionia also had the obligation to treat the Roman soldiers who had fainted on the ground, so they called for a doctor. The doctor was none other than Kratos, who was praised by the Devers on the medical forum of Greece for his ability to study. For the past 2 years, he had been learning from Hippocrates, who had stayed in Thurii and specialized in medicine. Hippocrates had a deep understanding of the plague, so Kratos naturally had a deep accumulation of medical knowledge in this area. However, because there had not been a plague in the kingdom of Dionia so far, he had not had the opportunity to put his theory into practice. After carefully examining the physical condition of the soldier who had fainted and the vomit, Kratos was suspicious. He was so excited that he immediately called for Stesichodas to confirm it. The two exchanged opinions on the spot and finally decided to report it to the Devers immediately. When Kratos learned about the situation at the scene, he was shocked. He wanted to immediately bring his men to arrest these Roman soldiers and interrogate them. However, considering that doing so would cause a serious diplomatic incident, he immediately separated these Roman soldiers and rushed to the main tent with Stesichodas. In the end, the Devers suddenly lied to Aulus, and he let the cat out of the bag. Despite his subsequent denials, the Devers threatened that if Aulus did not tell the truth, Dionia would not accept the surrender of the garrison of Saturnicum and would leave them to be destroyed by the plague within the city. Under the pressure, Aulus had to admit that Saturnicum might have been attacked by the plague. However, he immediately argued that this was just the beginning and the situation was not serious, so they did not pay too much attention to it. Divers, on the other hand, told him sternly that the kingdom of Dionia's medical expertise was very advanced, and they had a lot of experience in curing plagues. However, everyone in Saturnicum had to follow Dr. Dionia's instructions to be saved. In the end, Aulus, whose plot had been exposed, chose to surrender because there were quite a number of Comnenius clansmen among the defenders. He obediently began to discuss with Henoborus, Tormid, and the medical chief Stesichodas about the treatment of the defenders after their surrender. After that, Aulus dejectedly brought the agreement back to the city and discussed it with Meges and the others. After Aulus left, the Devers immediately announced that the entire Dionia camp was on high alert. Stesichodas was to lead the doctors of the entire camp to examine the physical conditions of all the soldiers in the camp in detail. The focus was on the Roman soldiers who had sneaked out of the city, and they were to be isolated. At the same time, the engineering camp led the soldiers to boil a large amount of quicklime and sprinkled it around the camp again. The supply camp was to make countless thick linen strips for the soldiers to cover their mouths and noses with, and wear them all day. All competitions and training were to be stopped immediately. The soldiers were not allowed to gather together, and they were to wear them in tents during the day as much as possible. In addition, they were to eliminate the rats and mosquitoes in the camp. In fact, some of the measures had always been strictly followed by the Dionysian army. This time, it was just re-emphasized. The Devers also ordered the soldiers in the camp to take turns to build 3 simple, smaller camps further away from the camp. The Devers also asked the officers of the various legions to tell the soldiers honestly that there was a plague in the city of Saturnicum, and the defenders would surrender. They did not have to be afraid. The doctors had made meticulous preparations. His Majesty also prayed to Hades and received blessings. Since the founding of Dionia, the Devers had always attached great importance to the development of medical care in the kingdom. Through the health knowledge he had from his previous life, he also knew that the plague was actually an acute infectious disease. As long as the environment was kept clean and as much as possible, the source of the plague, such as rats, mosquitoes, and corpses, should be reduced as much as possible. Lime was a cheap and effective disinfection material. Therefore, in this era of frequent plagues, it was entirely possible to reduce the occurrence of plague in the kingdom. It was precisely because he had always insisted on teaching the doctors about this aspect in the kingdom and forcefully promoted it as the king. In addition, with the addition of Hippocrates, who had rich experience in treating plague, the kingdom of Dionia had never had a plague. Even during the drought last year, due to the attention paid by the entire kingdom, the people managed to avoid the common practice of a great plague must follow a great disaster. Therefore, at this time, most of the soldiers in the camp had only heard of the horror of the plague, but had not personally experienced it. In addition, with the personal guarantee of the Devers, a descendant of Hades, they did not panic. The order of the whole camp was still relatively stable. A day later, the defenders of Saturnicum officially surrendered to Dionia. The dictator of Rome, Camillus, also died of illness after the announcement of the surrender. The news of his death quickly spread throughout the city. All the soldiers of Rome and the residents of Saturnicum fell into grief. When the city gate opened, Camillus's body was placed on a carriage. It was the first to be carried out, followed by a team of Rome soldiers. They looked sad and nervous. They were not wearing armor or carrying any weapons. They only wore plain mourning clothes. The soldiers of Dionia were fully dressed in military attire, holding shields and spears in their hands. They covered their mouths and noses with linen. They lined up in two dense rows from the city gate to the newly built camp. In the middle was a spacious road. The soldiers of Rome marched along the road. When they were about to reach the end, they were stopped. The Devers brought the generals to the front of the carriage. The Devers looked at the withered body of Camillus lying in the carriage. He solemnly bowed to the father of Rome in his previous life. The generals and ministers behind him naturally followed suit. When the soldiers of Rome saw this scene, although they did not understand the meaning of the gesture, they could deeply feel the respect the king and ministers of Dionia had for Camillus. So they quieted down one after another. At this time, the Devers, who were also covered in linen, turned to face the generals and officials of Dionia. He pulled down his mask and said in a clear voice, "Camillus, a citizen of Rome. Since he came of age, he has continuously participated in the wars between Rome and the surrounding city-states, and he has made many contributions in the battles. More than 20 years ago, the strength of the people of Rome increased, and they began to attack their most important enemy, Venus. When the generals of Rome were helpless to capture Venus, the Senate of Rome appointed Camillus as the commander-in-chief. After careful planning, he finally captured Venus, which was a city no smaller than Rome. However, his achievements were envied by some citizens of Rome. So, someone accused him of corruption and blasphemy in the General Assembly. As a result, the people who did not know the truth actually passed the proposal. According to the law of Rome, if he was convicted, he would be expelled. Although Camillus was angry at the result, he still accepted the punishment. He left Rome and settled in the nearby city-state of Latin. More than a decade ago, the Celts invaded the south and occupied Rome. Worried about his mother state, Camillus called on the people of Latin to rise up against the Celts' invasion. In the battle with the Celts, he gradually organized an army and finally defeated the Celts. When the people of Rome were grateful to Camillus for recovering Rome and bestowed him with great glory, he was thinking about how the people of Rome could defeat the powerful Celts in the future. So, he did not sit back and enjoy the credit, but chose a difficult path. He wanted to reform the centuries-old military tradition, create a new military system, and make the army of Rome stronger and more effective. In the end, he succeeded. After the reform of the military system of Rome, the Roman army, trained by the Roman army, repeatedly won the war against the surrounding forces. Every time Rome encountered difficulties and danger, the first person the people thought of was Camillus. And Camillus, regardless of his old body, repeatedly responded to the call of the Senate and led the people of Rome to conquer the East and the West. They were invincible, so that in less than 10 years after the recovery of Rome, Rome became the overlord of central Italy and the nightmare of other races. The Devers looked at the bright red flag of Rome on the carriage and said with emotion, "If there is no kingdom of Dionia in the land of Italy, perhaps Rome, The Latin city-state that was nurtured by the Tiber River would continue to grow stronger under the new military system established by Camillus. It might even become the overlord of Italy and the overlord of the western Mediterranean Sea. Amyntas, Matones, Lazou, and the other generals behind Divers were slightly dissatisfied when they heard this, but they did not dare to interrupt on such an occasion. Aulus, who was behind the carriage, was stunned when he heard this. He did not expect the king of Dionia to be so optimistic about Rome. He suddenly seemed to understand why the king of Dionia dared to ignore Carthage's attack and personally led the army to attack Rome, which did not have a direct conflict of interest with the kingdom of Dionia. But would Rome really have as good a future as he said? Aulus was fascinated, but when he recalled the current situation, he could not help but sigh heavily. Chapter 9:26. Meges, who was next to him, pushed him and whispered, "What are you waiting for? Help us translate." What did he say? The Devers heard the whispers around him, but he did not care and continued. After our army landed in Latin and captured Rome, this old dictator of Rome was still fighting tenaciously. He even ignored the danger his family was in. Even though he was seriously ill and bedridden, he still fought with all his might to recapture Rome. Even if he fought until the last moment of his life, he did it for the safety of the citizens of Rome. He did not care about his reputation and wrote the letter of surrender. Camillus has always loved his motherland and dedicated his strength to the people of his motherland. He is the hero of Rome. He should also be the role model for the generals and officials of Dionia to learn from. May his soul return to the kingdom of God and find peace. After the Devers finished speaking with a solemn expression, he raised his hands, palms facing the sky, and bowed again. Aulus did not expect that a foreign king would have such a high evaluation of Camillus. This made his face slightly hot. He could not help but think of the secret plot with Quintus to seize Camillus's command of the army. He could not help but feel guilty. He loudly translated what the Devers said. After Meges and the others heard it, they all looked sad and knelt on the ground. For a moment, the sound of crying shook the sky. The Devers turned around and put away his solemn expression. He said to Tormid, "Let's start according to the agreement." Soon, many Dionia doctors wearing long robes and cloth covered their faces entered the army of Rome. They carried out a detailed medical examination on these soldiers. Any soldiers and citizens of Rome who had any abnormalities would be brought to the newly built camp by the heavily armed soldiers of Dionia. They were not allowed to go out, and the doctors of Dionia would be responsible for the special treatment and care of them. The rest of the Rome soldiers and civilians who did not notice any problems were brought to another newly built camp. They were also not allowed to go out. The doctors of the Dionia would check on them from time to time. If they found any abnormalities, they would immediately be sent to the camp where the patients were staying for treatment. Due to the respect shown by the king of Devers and the others to Camillus, the people of Rome avoided a lot of conflicts during the inspection and escort process. Of course, this was also related to their helplessness after knowing that the plague was spreading in the city. The doctors and soldiers busied themselves for most of the day, and finally, the people of Rome settled into their respective camps. However, their work was not over yet. There were still many wounded Rome soldiers lying on the ground near the city gate. They would be carried to another newly built camp for the medical camp to treat and observe them patiently. After all of this was done, some heavily armored Dionia soldiers entered the city and poured tar everywhere in the city. They were going to burn the entire city down. This was the fastest way to eliminate the source of the plague. After reaching an agreement with Aulus, the Devers immediately sent someone to inform the Volsci people in the south that the city of Saturnicum would be burned down. When the Volsci people heard that there was a plague in Saturnicum, their expressions immediately changed. They were afraid that they would not be able to resist. At the same time that the entire city of Saturnicum was set ablaze, Camillus's body was also cremated in front of Aulus, Meges, and the other Rome generals. Aulus and the others felt a sense of loss. They stared blankly at the blazing fire, as if Rome was slowly turning into ashes like Camillus's body. Everyone shed tears because of this. When the Devers saw the dejected generals of Rome being escorted to the camp by the soldiers, he could not help but frown and sigh. This sudden plague will delay us a lot of time. After all, the Devers did not study medicine in his previous life. He did not know how long the incubation period of the plague was. To be on the safe side, he asked the army in the camp to continue to stay there for the full 15 days. On the one hand, he would supervise the other Rome soldiers in the other camps to prevent them from escaping. On the other hand, he would also observe if there were any sick soldiers among the Dionia soldiers so that they could be isolated and treated in time. At this time, Tormid advised with concern, "Your Majesty, it is enough to have us here. You should stay in Rome and stabilize the order of the entire occupied area. At the same time, you should plan for the war against the Carthage people." "Tormid is right, Your Majesty. The last army of Rome has surrendered. Only Valette is left. There is nothing to worry about. The war in Latin is finally over. It is enough to have us here. You should return to Rome." Olivers also quickly advised. The Devers waved his hand and said in a firm tone, "We have discussed this matter. There is no need to persuade me anymore. I will stay with you and the soldiers. We will get through this together." After that, he looked at Clotho Catax and asked, "Clotho, what about you?" Clotho Catax replied without hesitation, "Father, you once said, the people have given the royal family great glory, but at the same time, it also means that we have to bear great responsibility. I will not be a deserter. I will stay here too." "Well said." The Devers showed a gratified smile. "Today's work is over. Everyone, hurry up and go home." Storo stood beside the engineer of Dionia and translated his words into Latin. The people of Rome who were demolishing the dilapidated houses on both sides of the street immediately put down the tools in their hands and cheered. The engineer solemnly reminded them again, "Be early tomorrow." The people of Rome promised loudly and then scattered in all directions. Storo did not leave immediately. He quietly watched the people of Dionia who had just arrived in Rome not long ago. Like the people of Rome, they were also rebuilding the streets. They carefully put away all the construction tools. After their leader asked the engineer about the construction schedule for the next day, they discussed together and confirmed the time for tomorrow's assembly. After clarifying the tasks that each person was responsible for, they left together. When they left, the people of Dionia even shouted at him in a friendly manner, "Storo, let's go and play football together." Storo rejected them with a smile. After the young people of Dionia moved to Rome, they also brought the sport of football to Rome. Storo had personally seen the football games held by the people of Dionia. The rules were complicated and interesting, and the scene was intense. It was very attractive. He even thought that it was much more interesting than the bloody gladiatorial games that were held in Rome. "Why don't you go with us?" A voice came from behind. Stolo turned around and saw that it was Minus, the new Raventine City District's demo officer and the person in charge of the slum reconstruction. "It's getting late. I have to rush back for dinner," Stolo said flatly. "It's still early autumn. There are still a few hours before the sky turns dark." Menes did not hesitate to expose Storo's perfunctory words. "I think you haven't untied the knot in your heart yet. You haven't taken the initiative to adapt to the new Rome." Storo opened his mouth, but in the end, he remained silent. Since Storo and Sextus were both prominent figures among the people of Rome, they had many dealings with each other and were considered good friends. So Menes, Sextus' father, spoke to Storo in the tone of an elder. "You are different from Sextus. You have a deeper relationship with the original nobles of Rome. It is said that your father is still resisting stubbornly in Saturnicum, while your father-in-law is still entrenched in Capitoline Hill. He even refused your advice to surrender. It is indeed difficult for you to be caught in the middle, but you have to make up your mind as soon as possible. Judging from the current situation, your father and father-in-law's resistance against Ionia will definitely fail. In the future, Rome will only be the Rome of the Kingdom of Dionia. We have to work hard to adapt to this new change, and new change means new opportunities. For example, people like me, like Sextus, will have an easier time obtaining the public office of the kingdom that we had never thought of before. I can feel that the people of Dionia value you more. You should also be able to get a good position as a new starting point in this kingdom. In the future, you can win more rights for yourself and the people of Rome. But you have to hurry up. The opportunity won't wait for you forever. Do you see those young people from Dionia? Manas pointed at the citizens of Dionia who were leaving in groups and sighed. You must have felt it after getting along with them these days. These new people of Dionia have received a comprehensive education. Not only are they strong, but they're also intelligent. They're also better at obeying orders and know how to work together. The work they are responsible for is always completed quickly and well. How terrifying! As far as I know, their parents were once poor people in the Greek city-states like us. They were poor and ignorant, and they were illiterate. No wonder Dionia was able to conquer Rome so easily. The only advantage we have now is that we are the people of Rome. We are more familiar with the people of Rome and the surrounding Latin region than them. But once they live here for a long time and become familiar with everything here, then Manas did not continue. Seeing the slight change in Stolo's expression, he knew that Stolo understood. So, he patted Stolo's shoulder gently and said solemnly, "Think about it carefully. For yourself and for the people of Rome, don't miss the opportunity." After Manas left, his words were still echoing in Stolo's mind. He walked slowly on the streets of Raventine and fell in a deep thought. If it was in the past, Stolo would not have dared to be so absent-minded. The roads in the city of Rome were very bad, especially in the Raventine region. The ground was uneven, littered with garbage and dirty water. He had to be extremely careful when he walked. However, after the people of Dionia occupied the city of Rome, the new governor of Rome, Assists, ignored the ongoing war and quickly began to exercise his power. He promulgated many measures, one of the most important of which was to transform the city of Rome. He started with the Raventine region, which had the worst environmental sanitation. With the Dionia soldiers stationed in the city as the main force and the civilians of Rome as the support, he began a continuous urban transformation operation. Later, he allowed the citizens of Dionia who had migrated to Rome to join in. Today, after a month, it could be said that the transformation of the roads in the entire Raventine region was basically completed. Ancient Greece, Lord of the Mediterranean. Ancient Greece, Lord of the Mediterranean. Chapter 9:27. The road surface of the neighborhood was filled and compacted. Sewers were dug on both sides, and the road was widened enough for two carriages to travel side by side. Walking on the road, there was a sense of security that had never been there before. The houses in the neighborhood were gradually being demolished. The reason why the houses were being demolished with great fanfare was that the civilians living in Raventine were basically assigned to houses close to the center of the city. Other than the Temple of Diana, the rest of the city was basically empty, so it was convenient for renovation. After the rubble and tiles were cleared, the houses here would be planned and rebuilt, and the previous crowded scene would no longer appear. Stolo's eyes swept across the unrecognizable neighborhood and looked at the brand-new road. He could not help but sigh in his heart. The slums in the west of the city had tortured the people of Rome for 10 years. Every year, the Senate would have many debates on how to transform it, but after 10 years, it had not changed at all. However, under the rule of the people of Dionia, it had been completely changed within a month. Although they had some advantages from the war, it had to be said that the people of Dionia were indeed very decisive and efficient. They really wanted to improve the lives of the people of Rome. Recalling what Manas said, Stolo's heart did not seem to be so tangled anymore. Walking through the slums, he saw some people gathered in front of the arena in front of him. Most of them were the citizens of Dionia who had migrated here, and a small number of people from Rome. They were busy under the command of two priests in white robes. Stolo knew what they were busy with. It was said that the birthday of Hades, the protector of the kingdom of Dionia, the Greek god in charge of the law and the underworld, was coming soon. Every year, Delnia would hold a grand celebration for him at this time. 10 days ago, the governor of Rome, Assists, announced that Rome would also hold a celebration for Hades. Stolo did not feel much about it. Rome used to be a city-state that believed in many gods. There were many foreign gods, such as Etruscan, Sabine, Wolsey, and even many new gods. However, This event not only made the citizens of Dionia who had just migrated to Rome rejoiced, but also received positive responses from the Temple of Diana and many civilians of Rome. This was a little strange. However, after careful analysis, Stolo felt that it was reasonable. As far as he knew, after the priest of Hades came to Rome, he was gentle and friendly to the civilians of Rome. He often consulted and treated them for free, and actively provided help to the people who had difficulties in life. Therefore, although the Temple of Hades had not been built in Rome, and there was only a simple altar for Hades, more and more people went to worship him. Therefore, when the people of Rome heard that the celebration for Hades was about to be held, they were very enthusiastic. According to the announcement issued by the city hall on the day of the celebration, not only would the believers solemnly worship the Hades, but according to tradition, some of the kingdom's slaves who had performed well would also be granted freedom. More importantly, the names of the soldiers of Rome who had joined Dionia and died in the war would be engraved on a stone tablet and enshrined in the Temple of Hades. Their souls would be blessed by the king of Hades after they died. These practices naturally attracted the attention of the majority of the people of Rome and the slaves. What was more, there would be a rugby tournament after the celebration. According to the announcement, each of the demos in Rome must send a team to participate in the tournament. In addition, towns directly under the control of Dionia, such as Venus, Gabi, Phidina, and other towns would send a team to participate in the tournament. It was not hard to imagine that it would be a grand tournament. Although most of the people who participated in the tournament were citizens of Dionia who had migrated to the Latin region, there were also some Rome civilians who liked novelty and excitement. Hence, the Piazza del Mars was bustling with activity these few days. The rugby teams formed by the demos in Rome were actively training there. To be honest, even Stolo himself was a little tempted. He wanted to come to the arena to watch the game. He wanted to see how the popular rugby game in the Kingdom of Dionia would perform in an official game. Stolo stood in the distance and watched the group of people working together to erect a tall statue in front of the entrance of the arena. They then began to fix the pedestal. The statue was of a man with thick black hair and an extremely strong body. He was holding a rugby ball in his hand and making a throwing motion. The gold foil on his body shone brightly under the sunlight. Was this the Hades that the people of Dionia believed in? Although Stolo was a little curious, he did not take a closer look. He squinted his eyes for a while before he turned around and left. As he walked further, the streets became a little more crowded because most of the people passing by were carts. The carts heading east were filled with freshly harvested wheat that had basically been shelled, while the carts heading south were filled with sacks of flour. September arrived with a bountiful harvest. The citizens of Rome who had joined the Kingdom of Dionia, according to the agreement they had with the city hall, harvested their newly distributed wheat. They handed over 2/3 of the harvest and kept the rest for their own use. Since the Dionysian army had occupied Rome, these farmlands were supposed to belong to the army. However, the assists had made this decision after careful consideration in order to win the hearts of the people of Rome and stabilize the order. At the same time, they also wanted to reduce the burden of food and material aid from the city hall to the citizens of Rome who had joined the Kingdom of Rome. This proposal was approved by the Devers. Not only could the citizens of Rome obtain all the harvest from their original farmlands, if they had any farmlands in the past, but they could also obtain the additional income for free. Naturally, they were overjoyed. What made them even more excited was that the fertile land would completely belong to them. They only needed to pay a small amount of land tax every year. Therefore, these days, Rome and the nearby towns that were occupied by Dionia were enveloped in the joy of harvest. A few days later, the city hall once again gave the citizens of Rome a surprise. The announcement clearly told them that the city hall had funded the construction of several water mills, which were designed and built by Dionia's engineers day and night. They could grind flour for the citizens of Dionia for free. In fact, the construction of the water mills was not as time-consuming and laborious as the announcement said. The materials were ready-made. After the attack on Rome, many siege weapons were discarded. The engineers and carpenters were also ready-made. The Devers brought a team of more than 500 engineers, and this number did not include the engineering battalions of the legions. The technology was ready-made. The water mills were developed more than 10 years ago by Martyres, the deputy dean of the School of Mathematics in Dionia, and it had become a common large-scale public facility in the cities of the kingdom. The only thing that was needed was whether the administrative officials could consider all these on behalf of the people in a timely manner. Not only did Assis consider all these, but he also immediately started to implement them. Finally, the construction of the water mills was completed just after the harvest ended. Assis had served as the chief executive of many cities in the kingdom. He understood the feelings of the people. He knew that although the harvest was joyous, it was a time-consuming and laborious task to remove the husks of wheat and grind the flour. Before the emergence of the water mills, the Greek people used stone mills to grind flour. The thick stone rollers had to be pulled by horses or donkeys. In order to prevent the wind, rain, and birds from pecking at them, they had to be carried out in a relatively closed hut, and they had to be watched by someone. The constant crunching sound of the rolling stones rubbing against the stone mills was not only unbearable to the people, but also to the animals. They would refuse to work, and sometimes they would even go crazy and hurt people. Therefore, for the slaves of the rich families, guarding the mill was the biggest punishment. Therefore, Assis believed that the introduction of the water mills would deepen the recognition of the people of Rome to the kingdom of Dionia. What was a water mill? When the people of Rome saw the announcement for the first time, they were puzzled. After all, Rome was an inland city-state. It was mainly agricultural, and its trade was not developed. In the past, it had little contact with the kingdom of Dionia in the south, and the people knew even less about the outside world. It was normal that they did not know about this new invention that had been widely welcomed by the people of southern Italy. However, since the people of Dionia came to Rome, they had gradually won the trust of the people of Rome through a series of practical actions. Therefore, many people of Rome drove the pack carts filled with wheat to the riverside of the Piazza de Mars. The engineers of Dionia had inspected the river near the city of Rome and found that the Tiber River near the island of Tiberina had a faster current due to the diversion in the middle of the river. Therefore, they built a few water mills here. As a result, they were pleasantly surprised to find that this magical device could rotate continuously. Not only could it grind flour, but it was also very efficient. The quality of the flour produced was also very good. There was no need for people to stay there all the time to watch over it, and there was no need to worry about the animals getting tired. Therefore, the news quickly spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to hundreds. The people of Rome all over the city, either carrying burdens or driving the pack carts, lined up by the riverside of the Piazza de Mars every day, just like now. The people who had just returned from the riverside of the Piazza de Mars were loudly boasting about the magic of the water mills to the people who were preparing to rush there. Some of them even opened their flour bags to show the results of their labor, which made the people even more eager to rush to the riverside. Listening to these people, the people sighed from time to time, "No wonder Dionia is so powerful. Even the tool for grinding flour is so magical." Everyone seemed to be proud of the people. Stolo felt sour in his heart. He was afraid that not long after, the Rome that had raised them would be completely forgotten by them. Stolo hastened his pace home. When he arrived at the hill of Sirio, his mood improved again because there were people who greeted him in a friendly manner. "Stolo, you're back so early today." Chapter 928. Stolo, I just baked some bread with the freshly ground flour. It's still warm. It's very fragrant. Bring a few pieces back to try. Stolo, have the houses in Ontine been demolished? I heard that the city hall is going to build bigger and better-looking houses. Is that true? Stolo, I saw some people from the city hall at your house in the afternoon. Something might have happened. Words of warmth and concern warmed Stolo's heart. Even when he was locked up in his house by the Dionia, these people still tried their best to help his family. That was why he was willing to provide them with legal help at a low price or even for free. He responded with a smile as he hastened his steps home. "Stolo, you're finally back." His wife, Cornea, threw herself at him and hugged him tightly the moment he entered the house. "Aren't I doing fine? What happened?" Stolo caressed his wife's back and asked softly. The people from the city hall came in the afternoon. They emphasized that you must go to the city hall after you return home to see that AC. Administrator Asters. Stolo. Well, will something happen to you? Cornea looked at him worriedly. We've gone through the worst of it and survived it. What bad thing could happen? The experience of this period of time had turned this innocent and adorable noble wife into a frightened bird. Stolo pinched her nose and pretended to be relaxed. It's possible that the Dionia saw that I've performed well and are giving me a more important mission. Is that so? That's great. Cornea heard this and seemed to take it seriously. She said hurriedly, Stolo, go to the city hall and see the administrator. You must tell him, can you let my mother and sister go home? Stolo was stunned. Ever since the families of the Romans who escaped to the Capitoline Hill were forced to descend the mountain, apart from a small number of civilian families who were verified and released by the city hall, the rest of the noble families were imprisoned in the city and sent to Saturnicum to persuade the defenders to surrender. Stolo's mother-in-law was the wife of the famous senator Ambustus of Rome, and Cornea's sister's husband was the Roman general Servius, who was still leading the resistance in Saturnicum. Therefore, the city hall would not release them easily. Stolo had asked about this a few days ago, but faced with his wife's expectant gaze, he nodded and said, Okay, I'll ask the administrator. Cornea's smile blossomed like a flower as she personally served Stolo's dinner on the table. During this period of time, even at dusk, the city hall of Rome was still very busy. The allocation and transportation of food and supplies for the two armies, the distribution of land and residential arrangements for the newly migrated citizens of Dionia, the supervision of the autumn harvest and subsequent taxes, the urgent organization and preparation for the upcoming Haiti celebration and the rugby match. A series of complicated and urgent administrative matters were placed in front of the assists and his subordinates, urging them to complete them day and night. So when Stolo walked into the city hall and saw the officials here working hard, he could not help but sigh. When Stolo was brought into the office of the assists had just sent off the inspector. He was almost 50 years old, and after working for a long time, it was inevitable that his back would ache. He stood up, stretched his waist, and paced back and forth in the room. When he saw Stolo come in, he signaled him to sit down while he continued to stand and talk. I heard from Manas that you've done a great job these days, especially helping the engineering team resolve several major conflicts in a timely manner. They didn't have any conflicts in the first place. It's just that there was a communication problem, Stolo said cautiously. Different customs, different ideologies, coupled with the language barrier, the inability to communicate normally has led to conflicts between the new and old citizens. This has become the most troublesome problem in maintaining order in the city of Rome. This is not a trivial matter. Assis rubbed his forehead and said solemnly, Just now, the inspector came here to complain to me, saying that there are too few citizens of Rome who can speak Greek and are illiterate to join their inspection office. This has always led to them being unable to stop and persuade both sides of the conflict when they are carrying out their tasks. Sometimes, it will easily lead to greater conflicts. In the long run, it's not good for the stability of Rome, so I've decided to let you go to the inspection office. As far as I know, you used to be proficient in the laws of Rome and often defended the civilians. So I want you to go to the inspection office and follow the inspection team to deal with various disputes in the city. At the same time, you can gradually familiarize yourself with the laws of Dionia and become an inspector in the future. What do you think? Stolo did not agree immediately. He pondered for a while and hesitated before saying tentatively, I heard that Dionia also has a position called Protector, which can help the people fight for their rights and protect their interests. I want to take this position in the future. Protector? Mayor Assists was slightly surprised and advised, You may not be clear, but the Protector of Dionia is very different from the previous Protector of Rome. As far as I know, the Protector of Rome is a major way for the civilians to enter the upper echelons of the city-state, and they can even sit in the Senate. The Protector of Dionia seems to have more power. He can sue officials of all levels, including the governor like me, and even the senators. He can also meet the king and point out the shortcomings of a certain law. However, once you become the Protector of Dionia, It means that you can't inherit other administrative positions in the future, and you will be cut off from the political arena of the kingdom. This is to ensure the independence of the protector and not be influenced by the administrative officials. Therefore, the protectors of Dionia are basically the citizens of Dionia who have no intention of developing in the political arena but want to do something for the people. Most of them are middle-aged and elderly. Almost no young citizens who want to make a difference want to become a protector. Stolo did not know much about the details of the protector of Dionia. He was a little stunned when he heard this. Assis looked at him and more or less understood some of his thoughts. So he continued, "In fact, you can rest assured that the kingdom of Dionia treats all the races in the country equally and will not deliberately be biased. Of course, if you really want to do something for the people of Rome, you can serve as an inspector or a judge, make outstanding political achievements, and become a senator in the future. Only then can you truly defend some of the rights and interests of the citizens of Rome of Dionia in the Senate. As far as I know, you're good friends with Sextus. He has made many military achievements and has been appointed as a captain. It is very likely that in a few years, he will become the head of the Rome Legion. He may even become a senator of Dionia before the age of 40. Are you willing to accept this?" Stolo was shocked. Seeing the sudden change in Stolo's expression, Assis knew that his words had an effect. He walked back to his desk and sat down again. "This matter concerns your future in the kingdom. Go back and think about it. Give me an answer in 2 days. I've asked you to come here because there's something more important I need you to do." Speaking of this, Assis looked straight at Stolo and said in a deep voice, "I have just received a battle report from His Majesty. The garrison of Saturnicum has surrendered." Stolo was shocked. He could not help but ask, "The garrison of Saturnicum has surrendered?" Not only Saturnicum has surrendered, but Valette has also surrendered just a day later. Assis' words gave Stolo another heavy blow. He was stunned on the spot. Although he did not agree to go to Saturnicum to persuade them to surrender, he knew his father and Camillus well. He thought that even if they were at a disadvantage, they would still resist to the end. He did not expect them to surrender. As soon as Saturnicum surrendered, Rome's resistance disappeared. Rome had no chance of recovering. Assis saw Stolo sitting on the wooden chair with an uncertain expression. He coughed softly and said, "Although you were rejected the last time you went to Capitoline Mountain to persuade them to surrender, I hope you can go there again. But I want you to go up again. I think the surrender of Camillus' army will have some effect on them on the mountain." After a while, Stolo replied weakly, "I will try my best, but I have a few questions." "Speak." Stolo asked eagerly, "Is my father okay?" Assis pondered for a while and said solemnly, "I don't want to lie to you, but you must swear to God that you will not leak what I say. Only then will I tell you." Stolo looked at Assis in surprise, then swore to Jupiter. In fact, there was a plague in Saturnicum. The generals of Rome had no choice but to. Before Assis could finish, Stolo screamed in shock. "What? Plague?" He immediately covered his mouth with his hand, but his hand was trembling uncontrollably. Assis immediately comforted him. "The plague may be the most terrifying disease in Rome, but our Dionia's medical science is advanced, and we have a deep understanding of how to treat the plague. His Majesty is gathering doctors to treat the sick soldiers. I believe many will recover in half a month." Stolo calmed down a little, then asked eagerly, "Then did my father?" "Did," Assis said calmly. "Your father has been infected and is receiving treatment in a camp near Saturnicum. I suggest you not visit him now to avoid contracting the plague." Also, before the garrison of Saturnicum surrendered, Camillus had already died. "Oh, and your brother-in-law, Servius, has also been infected. Ancient Greece, Lord of the Mediterranean, ancient Greece, Lord of the Mediterranean." Chapter 9:29. Can my father and the others really be cured? Stolo asked worriedly. There was doubt in his voice, but more than that, there was hope. Assis continued to comfort him. "Since you have been studying Greek culture and knowledge since you were young, you may know that the most famous plague doctor in Greece, Hippocrates, is now in Turiae. Although he is old and did not follow the army to Latin this time, many of the doctors accompanying the army are his students. They will do their best to save your father and the other Roman soldiers who have been infected by the plague. And you people in Rome often say that the plague is a seed sown by the god of death. Our patron of Dionia, Hades, is the lord of the underworld, and his majesty the Devers is his descendant. Since the Roman army has surrendered to us, his majesty will definitely give them the blessings of Hades. Stolo calmed down a little and suddenly remembered something. He asked, "My lord, my wife's mother and sister are still imprisoned. May I ask, what will happen to them?" Assis thought for a moment and said, "Since Servius has surrendered, his wife will follow him to settle in other parts of the kingdom. Of course, Servius will have to survive the plague first. As for your wife's mother, if Ambustus also surrenders, they will also settle in other parts of the kingdom. But if your father-in-law refuses to surrender, according to the current decree of the kingdom, your mother-in-law will be classified as a slave of the kingdom. However, she will have you and Servius as her son-in-law. That will depend on whether she wants to live with your family or Servius' family in the future. I will go up the mountain tomorrow to persuade my father-in-law," Stolos said decisively. The next day, Ambustus watched Stolos' back as he staggered down the mountain. 2 lines of tears flowed down his old cheeks. A hand was placed on his shoulder. "What? Do you regret it?" Ambrosius wiped away his tears and turned to look at Potitus. He shook his head and said, "I don't regret it. I'm just a little unwilling." When Potitus heard that, he was silent for a while. Then he pointed at the foot of the mountain with his walking stick and said in a low voice, "I think about Alba Longa and Venus that we destroyed. In my opinion, every race and force has to go through a process from weak to strong and from strong to weak. Today it's Rome. One day it will be Dionia's turn. Lord Potitus, it seems like you're not satisfied either." Ambustus sighed and looked back at the solemn temple of Jupiter. His face was shrouded in a layer of doubt. "I just didn't expect that the one who dealt us the final blow was not the people of Dionia, but the plague. It took the life of our dictator and destroyed the morale of our soldiers. Is this the punishment that Jupiter gave to Rome? So, there is no need for this temple to exist anymore. Who asked Jupiter to give up Rome?" Maruginus walked over with a face full of resentment. He reminded them, "Sirs, everything is ready. We should enter the temple." Potitus and Ambustus looked at each other with determination in their eyes. "Since everything is ready, let's go in. Sirs." Scipio the Great, who was following behind Maruginus, said, "Some of my soldiers don't want to leave quietly. They prefer to fight their way down the mountain and die under the enemy's spears." Potitus furrowed his wrinkled eyebrows. "Haven't we already discussed this matter? Since we've already failed, let's not provoke the Dionians for no reason, lest they vent their anger on our families. Your Excellency Scipio, your soldiers are still very young. If anyone is willing to surrender, just let them go down the mountain," Ambustus suggested. Scipio the Great looked solemn. "They are the true warriors of Rome. No one will choose to surrender." Half an hour later, the senators of Rome gathered in the main hall of the Temple of Jupiter. Hundreds of Roman soldiers either stayed in the back hall or sat in the courtyard. Potitus looked around at the more than 100 senators of Rome crowded in the main hall. They had been trapped on the mountain for a few months. In the end, they ran out of food and water. So, not only were they emaciated and covered in dust, but their clothes were also tattered. They did not look like the vigorous and imposing manner they used to have in the Senate. But at this moment, they were all sitting upright, looking solemn, making the already solemn temple of Jupiter look even more solemn. Only Apuleius, who had just been released from the back hall, was lying on the ground with his back hunched, his lips moving nonstop. Finally, Potitus looked at Maruginus next to him and said in a deep voice, "You will say the last words." Maruginus smiled freely. "I have been fighting with you for decades, and this is the first time you are being modest to me. Forget it. I am used to it. You can do it. But when we go to another place, I will not give in to you again." Potitus nodded silently, then looked at the crowd and said solemnly, "My lords, 20 years ago, when the Celts attacked the city of Rome, Bulerius, Vibius, Titus Emilius, and the other Senate ancestors blocked the way into the city and sacrificed their lives bravely. Today, Rome has fallen again. We must not let down the prestige of the senators of Rome and the nobles of Rome. In order to defend the city that our ancestors had gone through countless hardships to build, we will sacrifice our lives. Even if Rome no longer exists in the future, our heroic deeds will be remembered and sung by future generations. At the same time, we will constantly remind future generations that in the center of Italy, in the Latin region, on the banks of the Tiber River, there used to be a great city called Rome. When the senators heard Potitus' words, they subconsciously raised their heads and sat up straighter. Their eyes that were originally filled with despair were now filled with vigor. After Potitus finished speaking, he slowly looked at his colleagues with an encouraging gaze. Then, he glanced at them one by one. First, it was Maruginus, then Ambrosius, then High Priest Ulysses, and finally old Senator Licinius. Potitus slowly sat down and gently put down his crutch. He flicked the dust off his clothes, closed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Light the fire." There was a moment of silence in the hall. Scipio the Great shouted, "Light the fire." The soldiers outside the hall seemed to have woken up from a dream and threw the torches in their hands at the temple that had been splashed with olive oil. In an instant, the temple was set ablaze. Apuleius, who was originally lying on the ground, seemed to have been awakened by the fire. He jumped up, picked up a small stone from the corner, and threw it at the tall statue in the middle of the hall. With a "pa" sound, it hit Jupiter's head. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Apuleius laughed loudly and stomped his feet at the same time. "Damn Jupiter," he cursed. "Damn Camillus. Damn Rome. Ha ha ha. Damn Rome." Apuleius's crazy laughter and the screams of the senators and soldiers became the last echo of the fire on top of Capitoline Mountain. The self-immolation of the senators and soldiers of Rome meant that the resistance of Rome had completely disappeared. Other than the nobles and their families who had surrendered in Rome, and a few civilians like Storlo, who were sad, most of the civilians only felt sorry for the burning of the main Latin temples of Jupiter and Juno. They even cursed that these self-immolating senators destroyed the temples on top of Capitoline Mountain just to prevent the civilians from worshiping them. Of course, the arrival of the celebration of Hades quickly dissipated their frustration. Although the celebration in Rome was held in a hurry, the large-scale theatrical performance about the establishment of Dionia in the square was temporarily transferred from the Dionysian army stationed in Rome and lacked professional training. Not only were they poorly dressed, but the performance was also full of mistakes. However, it was the first time that the people of Rome had seen such a large-scale performance, and they found it very interesting. After that, in front of the simple altar of Hades, under the leadership of the priest, the believers performed a pious sacrifice to the Greek Pluto. After that, the priest solemnly announced, "From now on, Hades will protect the city of Rome." The cheers of the believers did not move the onlookers of Rome. But then they saw a huge stone tablet engraved with the names of the reserve troops of Rome who died for Dionia. The soldiers of Dionia, in full military uniform, carried it to the altar. The priest blessed it and announced, "When the temple is completed, the stone tablet will be carried into the hall of Valhalla to receive the worship of the people of Rome. Their souls will continue to guard Rome." This move shocked the people of Rome. Many people who had lost their loved ones shed tears. In the afternoon, in front of the altar of Hades, the governor of Rome, Assists, read out the orders signed by the king of Devers in the name of Hades, granting freedom to many slaves of Rome who had performed well during this period. The freed slaves cheered and thanked Hades and the king of Devers loudly. At the same time, many slaves who heard the news were looking forward to joining the new kingdom. On the second day, the football match began. The curious people of Rome, some Vikings, and Phrygians poured into the arena with their families. Soon, they were attracted by the game. Although the teams were basically composed of most of the newly migrated citizens of Dionia and a few of the people of Rome, and the level of competition was not high, it was novel and exciting enough for the people of Rome who were watching the game for the first time. Chapter 9:30. In particular, each team represented its own town or city, which made the spectators more inclined and invested in the game. Although they did not understand many of the rules, it did not stop them from cheering for the teams in their own region. They even quarreled with the spectators from other regions. As the football game continued, a strange phenomenon kept happening in Rome. The conflicts between the original Rome citizens and the newly migrated citizens of Dionia had decreased. Even after the game, they could be seen putting their arms around each other's shoulders and shouting the names of the players of their respective teams in their own language. On the other hand, the citizens of various demos had begun to quarrel with each other. While the people of Rome were celebrating, the soldiers of Dionia in the camp outside Saturnicum were quite depressed. To prevent the spread of the plague, they had to obey the order to stay in their tents as much as possible. They could not gather in the camp, nor could they hold various competitive sports in the camp. They even had to be checked by the doctors every day. It was the most boring day of the Hades celebration. The only fortunate thing was that the king of Devers would visit the soldiers in the tents from time to time. This was also the first time the soldiers had direct contact with the king of Dionia. The doctors and nurses were busier. They had to wear tightly wrapped clothes every day and run from camp to camp. They were busy with examinations and treatment, especially those who were sent to the camps of Rome suffering from the plague. They had to risk being infected at any time. But even so, many doctors still rushed to go because it was a rare opportunity for them to combine theory with practice. The medical staff of Dionia carefully treated and took care of the injured and infected soldiers of Rome, treating them like family. They gradually moved and eliminated the hatred of the soldiers of Rome against the people of Dionia. The chief medical officer, Stesichordes, often wrote to Hippocrates, who lived in Turiae, to consult them about the problems encountered in the treatment. When Hippocrates, who was already in his 70s, learned that there was a plague in Latin, he insisted on going by ship. He was dissuaded by his students many times and failed to make the trip. But later, the story of his willingness to risk his life for the sake of medicine spread and inspired countless doctors of Dionia. The Hades celebration and football games in Turiae were not as good as in previous years. The towns of Sicily could not send teams to participate because of the war. The best players in other cities were often the best soldiers. They were either with the king of Devers in the expedition to Latin or under the command of Alexis in the mountains of Samonae. In addition, the enemy appeared in the Apulian region. A fleet of more than 500 soldiers landed on the coast near Barum. They carried the flag of the former kingdom of Pacetti and shouted the slogan, "Drive the people of Dionia away, give freedom to the people of Pacetti," but they rushed into the nearby villages to loot. The people of the neighboring towns hated their banditry and quickly gathered the citizens of the Legion Reserve in the city to form an army of 600 people. Under the command of the 2nd Cavalry Legion, who rushed over after hearing the news, they launched an attack on the enemy entrenched in the village and defeated them in one fell swoop. From the captives, it was learned that there might be a few remaining forces of Apulia attacking in the following period of time. The Senate made a decision. The towns of the Apulian region did not need to send teams to Turiae to participate in the competition. They had to complete the autumn harvest as soon as possible and fully prepare for the defense. They also asked the Ministry of Military Affairs to inform the 9th Legion and the 2nd Cavalry Legion to be stationed in the barracks of Pacetti. For the time being, they would be under the command of the commander of the 9th Legion, Tegtinos, to take charge of the middle road and be responsible for counterattacking the enemy's landing from the various coasts of Apulia. The decision of the Senate aroused opposition from the people of the towns of Apulia, especially Messapi and Pacetti. They sent people to the Senate of Turiae to plead with the senators and stated that sending teams to participate in the competition would not affect their defense against possible enemies. The Senate finally agreed to their request, but this incident aroused the resentment of the people of Apulia against the enemy. Under the situation where the people of Apulia were united against the enemy, the few people who were secretly in contact with the remaining forces did not dare to act rashly. During the celebration, there was one thing that the people of Turiae had been talking about. Due to the absence of the king of Devers, it was reasonable to say that the person in charge of the ceremony in the main temple of Hades on the day of the ceremony should be replaced by the scepter priest of the kingdom, Plazinus. However, Plazinas expressed his refusal. He insisted that on the day of Pluto's birthday, his descendants should preside over the ceremony to please the gloomy king of the night, so that he could better protect the kingdom in this special year. Most of the senators agreed with this, but the actual situation was a little troublesome. Not only were the Devers not in Turiae, but even his only adult son, Clotocatax, was not in Turiae, and the other children were still young. After discussion, the senators finally decided that Queen Christoia would be responsible for presiding over the ceremony. In the eyes of the senators, although Christoia was not a descendant of Pluto, she was the wife of the king of Devers. They were family, and Hades would not have too much of an opinion. Why not choose Agnes? The reason was simple. She was already the chief priest of the Temple of Hera. If she presided over the ceremony, it would anger the two gods, Hades and Hera. Of course, Christoia's influence on the senators was also the reason why the senators did not express strong objections. So on the day of the ceremony, the graceful Queen Christoia stood in front of the altar in the main temple of Hades, solemnly reciting the sacrificial words to Hades. Her beautiful and noble face and clear and melodious voice became the most unforgettable scene of the ceremony. While the people of Dionia and Magna Graecia celebrated to get rid of the gloom brought about by the war, the people of Dionia in Sicily were gradually ushering in the most difficult time of the war. Margo led more than 50,000 soldiers over the mountains and entered the southern edge of the Catania plain. He built a camp between the city of Leontini and Paragonia, attempting to cut off the connection between these towns and isolate Paragonia. Therefore, during the construction of the Carthage camp, the garrison of Paragonia and the new barracks of Catanae, not far north of Leontini, repeatedly sent troops to harass the Carthage army. However, because Margo was always on guard, they were unable to achieve great results. On the contrary, there was one time when the Carthage cavalry intercepted the army that came out of the new barracks to harass the Carthage army, could not retreat in time, and suffered a lot of casualties. This also made the commander of the 7th Legion, Bru, more cautious in using his troops. However, the Dionysian army's attack also caused the construction of the Carthage barracks to be roughly completed after a few days. During this period, Margo did not stay idle. He sent thousands of Namibian cavalry to break into the Catania plain in an attempt to plunder the people and supplies of Catanae. However, Cypros and Leotychides had long expected this. Just before the Carthage army approached Paragonia, they had mobilized all the people of Dionia living outside the city to bring supplies and temporarily move into the city of Catanae. The Namibian cavalry, who failed to gain anything, began to destroy villages, farmlands, and other facilities. As a result, on the Catania plain, piles of fire were ignited, and villages were reduced to ashes in the fire. The only fortunate thing was that Paragonia had successfully blocked the Carthage army for a few days, allowing the people on the Catania plain to complete the autumn harvest in time. The people hiding in the city of Catanae were very anxious when they learned that their homes had been destroyed. They gathered together and petitioned the city hall, hoping that the army could repel the foreign cavalry that was wreaking havoc on the plain. Since the main force of Carthage was attacking from the south of the Catania plain, Leotychides had led half of the 8th Legion to retreat from Aegilion to the city of Catanae. These days, Leotychides went to the top of the city to inspect the defense situation during the day and listen to the reports of the scouts. At night, he stayed in the study, looking at the map and thinking. When Cypros came to visit Leotychides, as he expected, the Sicilian commander was still in the study. Prososus, the outside world is in chaos now, and you can still sit still, Cypros said half-jokingly and half-seriously when he saw him. Leotychides knew what he was talking about, and said in a cold tone, "War is not a fight between children. If you are bullied, you have to take revenge immediately. I don't need to listen to the screams of some ignorant people." Cypros heard this and frowned slightly. He advised in a gentle tone, "You have to understand the pain of the people losing their homes. Although their anger is a little irrational, I'm afraid that it will affect your soldiers. You have to know that the soldiers of the 8th Legion and the reserves are mostly Catanai, and their houses and farmlands have also been destroyed. I'm afraid that this will have a significant impact on their morale, won't it? Leotychides looked away from the map and looked at Cypros, and asked, "Is there anything unusual?" "I'm not sure about that, but I think the soldiers will more or less have some thoughts," Cypros replied awkwardly. "You think?" Leotychides raised his eyebrows. Considering that Cypros was the wartime governor of Sicily, he still needed his strong support to command the battle. He swallowed the sarcastic words that he was about to blurt out and barely suppressed his emotions. He said, "I'll pay attention to the situation of the soldiers. But now the people of Carthage are hoping to lure our army out of the city so that they can use their advantage in numbers to defeat us in the field and reduce the resistance for the future conquest of Catanai. So we have to stay calm and not fall into the trap of the people of Carthage. Lord Cypros, is there anything important that you came to see me for?" Chapter 9:31. Cypros looked at the expressionless face of Leotychides, suspecting that the latter's last question was deliberate. His main purpose of coming here was to help the people of Catanai repel the Carthage cavalry that was wreaking havoc on the Catania plains. He coughed dryly and quickly thought of a new topic. "We haven't received any news for a few days. What's the situation in the south of the Catania plains now?" Leotychides' interest was piqued at the mention of military affairs. Of course, the premise was that Cypros, as the viceroy, was qualified to know the whole situation of the war, and Leotychides also needed to explain his next strategy to him in order to gain his support. So, he gestured for Cypros to sit down. Then Leotychides pointed at the map and said, "In the past 2 days, the scouts we sent out have either gone missing or returned with injuries. There is no new information at all. The Carthaginian cavalry is not only destroying the Catania plains, they're also blocking our communication with the southern side of the Catania plains. We don't know the current situation of the 7th Legion, nor do we know the situation of Paragonia, let alone Leontini. The only thing we know is that Taunus is surrounded by Syracuse, but the Syracuse army is not attacking with full force. This is the report that the Sicilian fleet makes every day. I believe you already know about it. But other than this, Leotychides pointed at Paragonia, Hina, Leontini, and the new Catania barracks not far to the north on the map. He then drew a large circle on the west and south of Catania, covering almost half of the Catania plains. This large area has been completely covered by the Carthage cavalry. We don't know the situation of the 7th Legion and their allies in the south, and we don't know the position and movement of the enemy's main army. So, under such circumstances, if we send our troops out of the city to attack the Carthage cavalry, we might run into Carthage's main army not long after we leave the city." In the end, Leotychides returned to the previous question, but Cypros did not mind. Leotychides' words had made him feel the seriousness of the war. He asked worriedly, "So, according to your judgment, what could the Carthage army be doing now?" Staring at the map, Leotychides said with self-reproach and confidence, "Although I have neglected the fact that the huge Carthage cavalry will cover the entire battlefield, making it difficult for us to communicate with each other, and causing some of the previous plans to be unable to be implemented, I can still guess the movements of the Carthage army. They are either attacking Paragonia or Leontini, because they only have these two choices. If they take down Paragonia, not only can the Carthage army open up the flat road from Camillina to the Catania plains, which will facilitate the transportation of their rations and supplies, but they can also support the other Carthage army that is surrounding Hina. After all, Hina is not too far away from Paragonia. As long as they take down Hina, the entire southwest region of the Catania plains will be completely under the control of the Carthage army, and their army will be able to march straight to our city without any worries. And if the Carthage army attacks Leontini, as long as they take it, the Carthage army will either continue to the north, go around Lake Leontini and attack our new barracks, or lead their army to the east, rendezvous with Syracuse, and attack Taunus. Once Taunus falls, their allied army will go straight to Catania." After listening to Leotychides' words, Cypros fell into deep thought with a solemn expression. He then asked with uncertainty, From what you said, the Carthage army is most likely to choose to attack Paragonia, as expected of the most capable chief executive of Sicily. Even if he's not commanding a battle, he can still find the right answer through his excellent political sense. Leotychides nodded approvingly in his heart. I think that although the Carthage army and Syracuse have now joined forces to fight against us, Ionia, they have been fighting each other for decades after all, so it's impossible for them to be very close to each other. If the Carthage army chooses to attack Leontini and Taunus, then they will have to rely on Syracuse to transport their rations. I don't think any commander of an army will be able to completely entrust the food transportation line that concerns the life and death of the army to an ally who was their mortal enemy a few years ago. And after taking Paragonia, the rear of the Carthage army will be completely under their control. Not only will they be able to attack Catani without worry, they can also attack Hina, Agilion, and Hebata, occupying the entire Sycur Mountains. By then, they will not only be a threat to Catani, but also Naxos and Sicily. The Carthage army will have a lot of options to choose from. Cypros was even more worried now. He asked anxiously, "Can Paragonia be defended?" Leotychides hesitated for a moment, then said with certainty, "Lord Cypros, you should know that a few months ago, before the Carthage army really joined the war, we had already used Paragonia as a fortress to defend against the Carthage army's attack. We have been continuously strengthening its defenses and building a large number of defensive facilities. That's why Paragonia has been blocking the attack of the Carthage army for several days, and the Carthage army has not even been able to break through the outer perimeter of Paragonia. Originally, there were 2,000 reserve soldiers in the town of Paragonia, and a few days ago, the 7th Legion sent another 2,000 soldiers to the town. For a small defensive fortress, this number of soldiers is more than enough. Even if the Carthage army were to attack from the north now, even if they send all their troops, it will not be possible to take it down in a short period of time. And what we need most now is to buy time." Cypros understood that Leotychides was referring to the kingdom's reinforcements that would arrive soon, but he still looked a little worried. "I don't know much about military affairs, and I don't know much about the current changes in the war. But if we just passively take a beating and hope that the Carthage army will do exactly what we want, I'm worried that there will be accidents." Leotychides raised his head and looked at Cypros. He said in a serious tone, "Lord Cypros, do you really think that I've just been sitting at home and doing nothing these few days?" Cypros could hear the dissatisfaction in Leotychides' words, but his expression did not change, and he did not respond. Leotychides looked at him coldly for a while, and continued, "This time, the Carthage army greatly outnumbers us, and their combat power is not weak, and they are well equipped. It is true that we can't fight them head-on, but this does not mean that the Carthage army has no weaknesses. Their biggest weakness is the transportation of food. Even though the autumn harvest has just ended, and the Carthage army has received food from the city-states on the south coast, and may even receive assistance from Syracuse, it is still far from enough for an army of up to 100,000 soldiers. According to my deduction, the food supply in Sicily can probably only last the Carthage army for a month or two, and they will need more food from Carthage. But look," Leotychides' finger pointed at the Carthage city icon on the map, and then moved across the western sea to the west of Sicily, and then along the southern coastline to Paragonia. His tone was still cold, but his eyes were clearly brighter. With such a long transportation route, the Carthage army cannot guarantee its safety. After the Carthage army's attack on Paragonia from the south was thwarted, I concluded that they were going to cross the mountains, so I contacted the Cycles and had them organize a group of warriors to infiltrate the mountains at the southern edge of the Catania Plains and wait for an opportunity to ambush the Carthage's grain transportation team. But unfortunately, there are many Iberian natives in the Carthage army, and they are very good at fighting in the mountains, so the Cycles have not been able to achieve any results so far. But as long as the Cycles are active in that area, the Carthage army will never dare to let down their guard, and this will take up a lot of their energy. Furthermore, the Sicilian fleet led by Sicerian is constantly patrolling the southern coast, and as soon as they discover the Carthage's grain transportation team, they can land at any time and send their infantry to attack. I have also discussed with Sicerian, and as long as he feels that it is feasible, I can send a few thousand soldiers under his command at any time, and they can board the Sicilian fleet to recapture any city on the southern coast, and even attack the Phoenician towns in the west of Sicily. The larger the Carthage army, the faster their army will collapse once the grain transportation line is cut off. At this point, Leotychides' eyes were like lightning, and he looked straight at Cypros. So we do not have to fear the Carthage army's fierce attack. Even if the village is burned down, it can still be rebuilt. Even if the farmland is destroyed, the land is still there. As long as we hold Catania and wait for the right time, the Carthage army will expose their Achilles' heel, and when that time comes, Leotychides' right hand chopped down forcefully. After a while, Cypros smiled and said, "I'm relieved to hear that from you, Lord Prosoius. Don't worry, I will find a way to appease the people." After Cypros left, Leotychides was still looking at the map, his eyes focused on the icon of Paragonia. There was a worry in his heart that he did not mention just now. How long could Paragonia last? At this time, the adjutant Tagru came in and said, "My lord, Acidames wants to see you." Leotychides' face darkened. I have told him many times that now is not the time for the cavalry to attack. Why does he not listen? Chapter 9:32. Sir, he seems to be here for something else this time, Tagru said softly. Then let him in. Leotychides rubbed his eyes, but his expression did not relax at all. So, as soon as Acidames stepped through the door, he warned in advance, "I hope you are not here to talk to me about the cavalry attack. I have already told you, now is not the time." "Commander," Acidames was stunned and quickly explained, "I have thought of a way to reduce the threat of Carthage's cavalry." Leotychides finally turned his head and looked at him, asking, "What is it?" Acidames said seriously, "Commander, Carthage's cavalry is large in number, but most of them are Namibian cavalry. As far as I know, the horses these Namibians ride are short, but they can run very fast. Also, they have a special characteristic, which is that they are more tolerant of hunger. They can carry the Namibians in a battle just by eating grass, but they have to eat constantly." Leotychides' heart skipped a beat. He leaned forward slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" Seeing that the bad-tempered commander was interested, Acidames immediately perked up and spoke more fluently. "Carthage scattered thousands of cavalry on our Catania plains. I am afraid that it is not only to destroy our villages and cover our eyes and ears, but also to solve the food problem of these horses. It is now autumn. The grass on the ground has begun to wither. Since the Carthage have burned our villages, we can use the night to boldly burn the weeds on the plains. This way, the Carthage's cavalry will not dare to be so active on the plains. Burn the grass on the entire plains." Leotychides pondered for a while, then said hesitantly, "Acidames, you are a Carthage, so you should be familiar with the situation here. Even if the plains are burned to the ground, as long as there is a rain or two, grass will quickly grow back on the ground. But it rarely rains in Carthage in September and October." Acidames had obviously considered this problem before. He quickly replied. Leotychides also quickly made a decision. "Tagru, go and get Cypros immediately. I need to discuss with him." "Yes, sir." Tagru immediately ran out, because Cypros had just left, so he should be able to intercept him on the way. As he ran, he thought to himself, "Cypros is the governor of Sicily. He is open-minded and always takes the initiative to talk about problems. It seems like the commander is used to this, ordering Cypros. This is not a good thing. I have to find a chance to remind him." In the kitchen, Leotychides stared at the map and murmured, "Although I don't know if this method will really work, we have to give it a try. Even if the current situation is very unfavorable to us, we should not lose confidence. We have to work hard to find an opportunity." "Sir Commander, you're right." As Leotychides analyzed, Margot had indeed targeted the attack on Paragonia. The north of Paragonia was also heavily defended, but compared to the south, the terrain was more open, which was more conducive for the deployment of the army. Margot had learned some lessons from the failure of the previous attack on the south, and when the camp was being built, he ordered the engineers to start assembling the ballistae and after giving the order to attack, dozens of ballistae began to bombard the sentry towers in the trap area. At the same time, he also ordered tens of thousands of Namibian infantrymen formed by Carthage to dig up the soil. Because Paragonia was located at the foot of the mountain, the soil was harder, so the soldiers had to dig up the soil from farther place, and then transport it back to fill up all the traps and trenches in the north of Paragonia, paving a wide and safe passage. While cleaning up the periphery, in order to prevent the enemy from sneaking out of the city, he also ordered his elite troops to line up in front, ready to attack at any time. Moreover, he also transferred 10,000 soldiers stationed in Gera, increasing the number of soldiers in Carthage's camp to 60,000 to ensure that he had enough troops to attack Paragonia, and at the same time, defend against attacks from the new camps in Leontini and Dionia. Although the garrison did not stop attacking, Carthage's soldiers did not suffer many casualties, and their morale was maintained. Although the siege on the periphery of Paragonia was slow, it had been steadily advancing. 3 days later, Carthage's army advanced to within 100 meters of the city, forcing all the defenders of Dionia to retreat into the city and stop attacking. Margot was finally able to observe the small city that had caused him a lot of trouble. After walking half a circle around it, he could not help but be surprised. This is the village that the Syracuse people talked about. The adjutant beside him explained, "My lord, I remember that the Syracuse people only said that Paragonia used to be a village. Since a few months ago, when the Dionysian army moved into Paragonia and moved the villagers, no one was allowed to come close. They did not know what the current situation of Paragonia is like." Margot glanced at him and said, "You sure know how to defend the people of Silicosa." The adjutant was so scared that he did not dare to speak again. Margot gazed at Paragonia in front of him. There was a white city standing in the middle of the densely packed stag. It was not big, but its shape was different from any city Margot had seen before. It was surrounded by a wall about 4 meters high. There were many protruding, circular towers in the wall. Surprisingly, there was a circular building that was 2 to 3 meters higher than the wall. It was like a concentric circle within a big circle. Although Margot had never attacked such a strange city before, with his many years of experience, he also had a hunch that this small city of Paragonia was somewhat unusual. Subconsciously, he urged his horse forward, wanting to observe more carefully. Suddenly, he heard the guards on his left and right shouting, "My lord, be careful!" A few black dots suddenly appeared in the air in front of him and whistled. Margot hurriedly clamped the horse's belly, but the war horse under him did not move. The guards beside him hurriedly stabbed the horse's hip with a spear. The war horse neighed and rushed forward, almost throwing Margot to the ground. At this time, a few stones had already smashed down, and a few shrill screams were immediately heard. The area around Margot was a bloody mess. Brother Mom managed to control his war horse with great difficulty, but it was too late to turn around. Seeing this scene, he frowned and said, "Retreat." In the process of retreating, he did not forget to ask the adjutant, "Where did the enemy's stones come from?" The adjutant shook his head to show that he did not see clearly. Margot glared at him again. Even if this young adjutant was a member of the Maginid family, he could not help but want to replace him at this time. "My lord, it seems like it was shot from the city," a guard said. Margot was stunned and asked, "Are you sure it was from the city and not from inside?" "My lord, I saw it too. It was indeed from the city," another soldier said. Margot pulled the reins and turned to look at the blood-stained stones on the ground. He then looked up at the walls of Paragonia in front of him. At this time, there was no movement, but Margot's expression became serious. At this time, on the tower of Paragonia's wall, facing Margot, a Dionia officer wearing a helmet with a purple tassel was bending over and looking out through the gap between the battlements. "Not bad. The stone's landing point is quite accurate. It's a pity that the big guy escaped." He turned back and said with some regret, "Captain, do you want us to continue firing?" The ballista's spotter asked. 10 years ago, the spotter of Dionia's ballista was exclusively held by the students of Dionia's Academy of Mathematics. They were responsible for providing the firing parameters and correcting the trajectory. 10 years later, as long as the spotter of Dionia's ballista was a citizen who graduated from a school in Dionia and was good at mathematics, this was the result of the popularization of education and the improvement of the ballista. The captain shook his head and said, "He's already alerted. It's impossible to launch a surprise attack. Don't waste the stone. When the enemy attacks the city, you'll be busy." "Captain, you don't have to worry. A few days ago, Carthage's ballista was rampant and destroyed many of our sentry towers. Now it's our turn to show our power." As soon as the spotter's voice fell, the archer beside him immediately said, "That's right. As long as Carthage's ballista dares to enter our range, we can destroy it." Their words caused the surrounding soldiers to respond positively. The captain was satisfied that the soldiers could maintain such a strong fighting spirit in the face of Carthage's army siege. Of course, he knew that the source of the soldiers' confidence came mainly from the city. Half a year ago, Paragonia was a village with only a few residents. When Leotychides decided to use it as a forward base to resist Carthage's army, he didn't just strengthen the walls, dig trenches, and set traps on the village's foundation. Instead, he completely uprooted the village and built a fortress. The Ministry of Military Affairs had been researching and improving Dionia's military technology. In recent years, under the inspiration of the king of the Devers, the engineers of the Ministry of Military Affairs had designed a new defensive fortress and used it in the training projects of the barracks. Leotychides deeply felt the strength of its defense, so he decided to use it in actual combat. Not only did he gather the soldiers of the 8th Legion, but he also asked Cypros to mobilize the people of Catanais. Tens of thousands of people took turns to work, using ready-made bricks and wood from Paragonia, Devers cement made from Etna volcanic ash, plus a large amount of stone provided by Naxos. There were stone mines in Naxos near Tauromenion, and a large amount of wood provided by Hina and Agilion. Chapter 9:33. Not only did he build a small fortress in just 3 months, but he also built a new military camp not far north of Leontini. Paragonia Fortress was not like the Law River Fortress, which was only used to set up checkpoints and collect fees. It was a real defensive fortress. A 5-meter wide and 5-meter deep trench surrounded Paragoria. The bottom of the trench was covered with sharp stakes, and both sides of the trench were densely packed with deer abatis, which made it quite difficult for the siege weapons to approach the city. Although the outer city wall was only 4 meters high, its structure from the inside to the outside was composed of rammed earth, stone bricks, stone slates, and cement. Not only was it thick and strong, but the walls were smooth and flat without any obvious gaps. The walls were also covered with thick lime powder. This was not for aesthetic purposes, but for a certain tactical purpose. The white walls would reflect light under the sun, which affected the attacking soldiers and made it more difficult for the antlers to climb the walls. At the same time, it could also reduce the impact of the stone bullets on the walls. The circular outer city wall could make it easier for the defenders to concentrate their forces on defense, and it could also make it easier for the reinforcements sent from the city to reach the top of the wall. At every section of the wall, there were round towers protruding out of the wall. They could strengthen the side attack of the enemy hiding under the wall or the antlers attacking the city. At the same time, the circular walls could also reduce the impact of external forces. The walkway at the top of the wall was not narrow, and the connected top of the tower was even more spacious. On top of each tower, there was a ballista and a bowler. On the ground were several boxes of stone bullets and iron. There were many soldiers guarding the battlements, so it did not seem crowded. Leotychides gathered all the ballista and bowlers in the Catanine military camp to Paragonia. They were not only placed on the tower outside the wall, but also on the top of the tower in the center of the city. This tower was more than 6 meters high, and it was also a circular building with a diameter of 50 meters. Not only were there many ballista and bowlers on the top of the tower, but a large number of soldiers could also be deployed. They were protected by the battlements and could attack the enemies climbing the outer wall or entering the city from a commanding position. There were also a number of windows under the tower, which could also be used by the soldiers to attack the enemies under the tower. What Margot did not notice was that between the outer city wall and the central tower, There was another wall that was as tall as the outer city wall. It surrounded the central tower. Once the outer city wall was breached by the Carthaginians, the Dionysian soldiers could quickly retreat to the second city wall to defend. If the Carthaginians thought that they could seize Paragonia by breaching the outer city wall, they would let down their guard and undoubtedly suffer a great loss. The captain who was talking to the soldiers operating the ballista on the wall was the commander in charge of defending Paragonia. His name was Temenides, a native of Locri, and he was the captain of the 1st Brigade of the 7th Legion. It had not been long since he took over the fortress. He was very excited to see that the fortress, which he could only come into contact with during training, was actually used in actual combat. Moreover, the fortress was larger and had more complete facilities. He was very confident in defending Paragonia. These days, he had been leading the soldiers of the 7th Legion to familiarize themselves with the structure and facilities of the fortress so that they would not be flustered in battle. Today, there were nearly 4,000 soldiers in the fortress. They were the 1st Heavy Infantry Brigade of the 7th Legion, the 7th Light Infantry Brigade, and the Heavy Infantry Reserve Brigade and the Light Infantry Reserve Brigade of the Sicilian Legion. In total, there were 2,000 heavy infantry and 2,000 light infantry, not including the ballistic unit and the medical battalion. Temenides felt that the number of soldiers and the proportion of soldiers was just right for this small fortress. Although there were 4 captains in the fortress and Temenides was a newcomer, the 1st Brigade captain of the official legion had a higher status than the other brigade captains of the same legion. He was usually the future legion commander. According to the military law of Dionia, if the legion commander were to die in battle, the 1st Brigade captain would have to take over the legion commander's duties. Therefore, the other 3 brigade captains were more respectful to him, and in the fortress he could do everything he wanted. Temenides walked along the walkway, inspecting the soldiers' defensive work. He would occasionally chat with them, mainly with the Sicilian soldiers. His purpose was not only to understand their condition, but also to familiarize the Sicilian citizen soldiers with him as a commander, so that they could command in battle in the future. The soldiers of Rockley in the 7th Legion were conscientious and hardworking, but they were introverted and taciturn. Temenides was the only exception. He was outgoing, amiable, and good at mixing with the soldiers. This was one of the reasons why Beru had sent him to Paragonia as a commander. He was able to bring the soldiers of Rockley and Sicily together. "Captain, the enemy may be attacking." A soldier pointed outside the fortress and said loudly, "That's great. The Carthage are ready to give us the credit." Temenides said with a smile. The soldiers around him also laughed. Their faces were full of excitement, and the tension in their hearts dissipated in the laughter. The officers began to urge them to prepare for defense. Temenides also stood behind the battlements and carefully observed the situation of the Carthage soldiers. Obviously, the Carthage people had realized that they could no longer use the previous method of sending a large number of soldiers to clear the ground under the long-range attack of the defenders in the city. So, Margot asked the engineers to make dozens of shield cars in advance. The Carthage soldiers lined them up to form a wooden wall and began to advance under the city. His plan was that every time the shield cars moved forward, the Namibian soldiers would carry soil and follow to fill the road. But things weren't that easy. Not long after, the soldiers pushing the carts were either stabbed in the legs by the wooden thorns or iron hooks buried in the ground, or the barricade carts fell into a trap and couldn't move forward. The wooden wall soon fell apart and was completely out of shape. The ballistae and crossbows of Dionia on top of the wall also began to show their power. Stone bullets hit the shield cars, and broken wood chips flew everywhere, becoming a nightmare for the surrounding soldiers. When the shield cars, known as the shield cars, faced the thick iron arrows that flew at them, not only did they have a big hole in the thick wooden plank, but the iron arrows that had not yet dissipated could still nail the soldiers pushing the cars to the ground. They died a miserable death. Not only the soldiers pushing the cars, but also the soldiers preparing to fill the soil in the rear were all frightened and fled, leaving only the injured soldiers struggling and moaning in place. Margot was unwilling to give up and ordered the army to push the ballistae out to suppress the ballistae on the city. However, the ballistae of Dionia occupied a high position and had a longer range than the opponent. Therefore, before the Carthage ballistae could be pushed into a suitable position, they were attacked continuously by Dionia ballistae. Moreover, they often concentrated 3 or 4 ballistae to bombard one, which improved the hit rate. Margot made up his mind and simply pushed out all the ballista cannons. He also let them completely spread out on the northern periphery of Paragonia City. He wanted to reduce the threat of the Dionic ballista cannons with the advantage of numbers and angle deviation and gain a certain advantage. But then he was surprised to see that not only were stone bullets constantly fired from various wall towers on the northern semicircular wall, but soon the high tower in the center of the city also began to fire stone bullets. After a while, more than a dozen stone bullets were fired from the southern semicircular wall, crossing the entire city and landing near the Carthage ballistae. The accuracy was not low. This was a large-scale ballista battle. While the soldiers on both sides were frightened, it was also a feast for the eyes. However, the thrilling scene of dozens of stone bullets whistling in the air and constantly crisscrossing each other only lasted for more than 10 minutes. 9 ballistae of the Carthage army were destroyed, and dozens of people were killed or injured. On the other hand, except for a few small pits on the outer wall of Paragonia, the defenders were almost uninjured. Margot's face was livid. He realized that he still underestimated the difficulty of Paragonia. He had to suspend the attack, return to the camp, and gather his generals to discuss how to take down this tough rock. In October, the weather began to turn cold, but the temperature on the Africa continent was still a little hot. In the past, at this time, the citizens of Carthage liked to take their families to the inland of Namibia for leisure. There were a series of salt lakes here, where they could swim or sit by the lake, enjoy the beautiful scenery, taste a variety of freshly harvested fruits, and enjoy the service of Namibian slaves. But this year, there were very few citizens who did so. As the Dionysian warships had been patrolling the western seas of Sicily for a long time, they would occasionally attack the merchant ships traveling between Carthage and Sicily. Not only did this cause the trade in the city's port to stagnate, but also caused the Carthaginian merchants to be more cautious when they sailed their ships out to sea. Although the Carthaginian citizens had a bountiful harvest on the land in Namibia, the wheat and other crops that were harvested were mostly purchased by the Carthaginian government at a low price, in addition to being kept for their own use, to be used as military provisions for the Carthaginian army, although the war between Carthage and Ionia had only lasted for a few months. The ordinary people of Carthage had already felt the impact of this huge war on their lives. Not only were they worried about the sharp decline in their family income, but they were also worried about their loved ones in the expedition to Sicily. Therefore, they paid close attention to the progress of the war in Sicily every day. The Greek kingdom, which was originally far north of Sicily and had nothing to do with them, had now become the target of their curses. Some time ago, when the people of Carthage learned that Margot had led an army to capture many Greek city-states on the south coast of Sicily and invaded the Sicilian territory of Dionia, the city was filled with cheers. Everyone shouted Margot's name and blessed him, hoping that he could drive the Dionia out of Sicily as soon as possible, so that the Sicilian Sea could once again become a free port for Carthage's merchant ships. Chapter 9:34. However, in the Senate of Carthage, the atmosphere in the hall was not as relaxed as the people had imagined. Instead, it was very solemn. In the Carthage suffet election that had just ended in October, Orkton was once again re-elected. However, standing in the middle of the Senate hall, he did not feel the joy of victory. Instead, he said to the crowd with a solemn expression, "Senators, I believe you have received the news. Our Phoenician allies in Sardinia, Albia, Saros, St. Iberia, and Calaris have sent messengers to us to ask for help. Our judges stationed in Sardinia have also sent back detailed news. The people of Dionia, who are as greedy as hungry wolves, have set their eyes on Sardinia after conquering Alenia and Corsica. They have sent a fleet to patrol the waters of Sardinia, and they have also frequently landed on the coasts near the towns on the island. They have sent troops to attack villages, destroy mines, and even incite the slaves and start riots. Now the situation in Sardinia is becoming chaotic, and the people of the Allies are also panicking. As the leader of the Phoenician city-states in Sardinia, we, the Carthage, cannot see them in trouble. Senators, please give your opinion on whether we should send reinforcements immediately or not. Isn't that obvious? Esiruba, the leader of the neutral faction, stood up and said solemnly, "The most important source of income for the treasury of the Carthage is the trade of precious metals. Sardinia and Corsica are one of the important sources of the precious metals trade for the Carthage. Not to mention that Sardinia is also one of the important sources of business income for the merchants of the Carthage. Therefore, not only must we immediately send troops to rescue Sardinia, we must also recapture Alenia in Corsica." Esiruba had a high prestige in the Senate. In addition, Sardinia was indeed related to the fundamental interests of the Carthage, so his speech was echoed by many senators. Elders, there's already a Phoenician army of tens of thousands on the island of Sardinia. The Dionia do not dare to fight against them. However, the cunning Dionia always use warships to avoid their encampments and attack the defenseless areas. Therefore, considering that the battle in Sicily is going on and that we are short of soldiers, we don't have to send troops to Sardinia, but we have to send a fleet to repel the Dionysian fleet that is constantly attacking Sardinia in order to ensure the safety of Sardinia. After defeating the Dionysian fleet, we will transport some of our soldiers and the Sardinian army to Corsica to take back Alenia. Many of the elders felt that Tapenrak's words made sense, but there were also people who raised their doubts. Previously, our fleet had already been destroyed by the storm. How is the progress of a new fleet that has been under construction? Are we ready to go to sea to fight? I think it's more appropriate for our commander to answer this question, Ocradin said to Anubis, who was sitting at the back of the meeting room. These days, Anubis had been busy between the ports of the various Phoenician states in Africana. He had only rushed back to attend this Senate meeting after receiving a message from Hanno. At this moment, he stood up and said loudly, "My lords, ever since the Senate issued the decision in June to the Carthage and the various states to build warships with all their might, all the shipyards in Carthage and the various Phoenician states in Africana have been speeding up the construction of warships. From what I know now, there are 195 three-decker warships that have been built. They are currently being manned and ready for sea trials. How long will it take before they can go to sea to fight?" An elder asked impatiently. "Generally speaking, it will take at least 3 months for a new fleet to have the ability to go to sea to fight." When Anubis said this, he saw the disappointment on the faces of many of the elders present. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, the situation now is rather special. Because that storm destroyed our warships, it left behind a large number of experienced sailors. They only need 10 to 15 days to familiarize themselves with the new ships. Then they can form a fleet and go to sea to fight. That's great. The faces of the elders were filled with joy. Some even shouted out loud. During this period of time, due to the threat of the Dionia warships in the northern seas, Carthage's people were trembling with fear even when they were sailing out to sea. They had never felt so aggrieved before. 15 days is too long. Our allies can't wait that long. I suggest at least 7 days. Within 7 days, Lord Anubis, please form a fleet as soon as possible. Head to Sardinia, protect its waters, and repel the Dionysian fleet's invasion of Sardinia. Then return safely and protect the safety of Carthage and Sicily." Ocradin asked with a serious expression, "Lord Anubis, can you do it?" In fact, Ocradin had already discussed it with Anubis beforehand. Anubis even put on a look of deep thought. After a while, he nodded solemnly. "I will do my best." "All right, my lords, now let's reinforce Sardinia." Before Ocradin could finish, Preticuba loudly interrupted him. "Wait a minute. The newly built fleet should not be sent to Sardinia first, but to Sicily. Sardinia has more than 10,000 Phoenician soldiers guarding it. The Dionia only dared to harass them, but they did not dare to directly attack the cities on the island. Their safety was actually guaranteed, and the situation was not as serious as they made it out to be. Now, The most important issue that concerns the survival of our Carthage is not Sardinia, but Sicily. The 100,000 troops, led by Lord Margot, have already invaded Ionia's territory in Sicily and are engaged in fierce battles with the enemy. But the problem now is that because we do not have the advantage of the sea, food and supplies can only be transported by land. Due to the long distance and uneven terrain, we need a lot of labor. Not only has it increased the consumption of food, but we have also been attacked by the Dionysian fleet from the sea several times. Moreover, the main force of our army is far away in the east of Sicily, and the rear defense is relatively empty. The Dionia soldiers have circled to the west by a ship many times and landed on the shore to harass us, threatening the safety of our territory and allies in Sicily. They have already sent messengers here to ask for help before. Why are we only discussing Sardinia today? I propose that the newly built fleet must be sent to the Sicilian Sea immediately to regain our maritime advantage and ensure that the army led by Lord Margot can smoothly drive the Dionia out of Sicily. Due to Margot's achievements in Sicily, Prix de Cuba was once again elected as Sophie this time, which also greatly increased the weight of his words in the Senate. For a time, there was a lot of discussion in the meeting room, but no one clearly expressed opposition. At this time, Tepinlaco asked loudly, "If the new fleet is sent to Sicily, when will Sardinia's request for reinforcements be resolved?" Prix de Cuba glanced at him and said, "At least wait until Lord Margot leads the army to drive the Dionia out of Sicily, then consider this issue." Tepinlaco sneered and said with a slight sarcasm, "Lord Margot has led 100,000 troops with the assistance of Syracuse, but so far he has not been able to take down a small village in Dionia. Most of the soldiers are still blocked on the periphery of the Catania plain. How long will it take to wait for him to capture Catania and Naxos? By that time, I am afraid all the mines in Sardinia will be in ruins." Prix de Cuba immediately retorted, "The reason why our army's attack is slow now is precisely because the transportation of rations is dragging us down. So it should be even more. Our fleet must go to Sardinia first." A younger senator suddenly stood up and interrupted him loudly. Prix de Cuba took a closer look and saw that it was El Acra, a new elite of the neutral faction. His heart suddenly tightened, and he suddenly felt a little uneasy. "Lord Prix de Cuba, you have just been emphasizing the importance of Sicily and requesting to put the new fleet in Sicily. But do you know how this fleet came about?" El Acra waved his hand excitedly and said, "A large amount of wood was cut from the Iberian Peninsula and transported by ship to the ports of Carthage and other Phoenician cities. Then, all the shipyards started and accelerated the construction. Do you know the most important reason why so many warships can be built in just a few months? It's money. Back then, you said at the Senate meeting, although your Maginid family controls the southern part of Iberia, in order to get the local natives to agree to us safely cut down a large number of trees, we have to make some concessions. In the end, you persuaded the Senate to pass the resolution. Carthage has to allocate a portion of the national treasury's income to support Iberia every month in order to obtain shipwood. Although we, Carthage, have high prestige and the various Phoenician allies are very cooperative, those shipyard owners and craftsmen stop other businesses and build warships for us every day. Is it free? Of course not. Even if they are willing, we, Carthage people, will not ruin our reputation. We have paid a large amount of gold and silver to ensure the quality of the construction and to ensure that they will continue to build warships for us. What about after the fleet is established? Hiring sailors requires money. Providing rations requires money. Money was needed to supply the entire Carthaginian army with rations and supplies. Lord Prix de Cuba, please tell me, where does this money come from? After hearing this, Prix de Cuba temporarily remained silent. As a senator of the Senate and the newly re-elected Sophie, he certainly could not lie with his eyes open and let others laugh at him. Chapter 9:35. After listening, Prix de Cuba remained silent for the time being. As an elder of the Senate and a newly re-elected Suffet, he certainly could not lie with his eyes open and let others laugh at him. Before he could think of what to say, El Acra continued to speak loudly. As Lord Esserbus said, nearly one-third of our treasury revenue comes from Sardinia and Corsica. Now that we are at war, money is urgently needed everywhere. As the Sufid of Carthage, Lord Pretacuba, you should consider the huge war that our Carthage is involved in more comprehensively. First of all, you should consider how to protect the source of our treasury revenue to ensure that we can build more warships and buy more food in order to continue the war instead of just satisfying Lord Margot's requirements. El Acra's words were straightforward enough that Pretacuba's expression changed. At this time, another newly promoted elder of the Maganid faction, Safakba, said angrily, "Don't you understand? The key to this war is in Sicily. It is in the east where Lord Margot is leading the army to fight fiercely with the people of Dionia. The consumption of this war is indeed huge, so we have to concentrate all our strength and fully support the army in Sicily. Let Lord Margot completely defeat the people of Dionia in Sicily as soon as possible so that he can free up his hands to support other battlefields. Otherwise, even if we keep Sardinia, the army of Sicily will be defeated because the food transportation line is not guaranteed. This will change the originally advantageous situation of the war, causing the war in Sicily to be unable to end as soon as possible. That will not be worth the loss." Compared to El Acra, Safakba's words were even more extreme. It immediately aroused the disgust of some of the elders in the hall. One of the neutral elders even said in a strange tone, "Lord Margot led 100,000 troops for half a month, but still couldn't take down a small town in Dionia. Wouldn't it take a few months, or even more than half a year, to attack Catani and Naxos, which are more populous and have stronger defenses? With such offensive ability, how could he possibly end the war in Sicily as soon as possible?" Yes. The reason why we have to protect Sardinia first is because we have to consider that the war in Sicily will continue to drag on. We have to provide gold and silver for the army in Sicily first. Another elder said half seriously and half jokingly, "Is it because Lord Margot is worried that he can't drive the people of Dionia out of Sicily within a year? I'm afraid you want to help Lord Margot fulfill the promise he made in the Senate as soon as possible. That's why you don't care about the big picture and want to help him." Another elder said with dissatisfaction. Safakba was so angry that he argued with them loudly, but Pretacuba found that more and more elders were expressing their dissatisfaction. Not only were there Hanoverians, but there were also many neutral elders. The whole hall became noisy. Only then did Pretacuba realize that he had made a mistake. Sardinia and Corsica had been the territories of Carthage for 100 years. All the nobles of Carthage had a close relationship with Sardinia. For example, El Acra, who had just fully supported the reinforcement of Sardinia, owned a silver mine in the mountains outside Saros City in Sardinia. 3 days ago, his family's cargo ship transporting silver from Sardinia back to Carthage was captured by Dionia's warship. He had been emphasizing the priority of the war in Sicily, but he had inadvertently pushed the Maganid faction to the opposite side of the other elders. This caused the neutral faction, which had been supporting them since the beginning of the war, to sing a different tune. Even their own camp seemed to have some differences. For example, Santa Powell and a few other Maganid elders had been silent since the beginning of the debate. Pretacuba suddenly realized that Akradin's proposal at the beginning of today's meeting was probably premeditated. During this time, the Maganid faction not only gained a lot of prestige among the people of Carthage, but also had a lot of support in the Senate. Many proposals had been passed. With everything going smoothly, even Pretacuba himself was a little complacent and had completely forgotten how terrifying that person was. Just as Pretacuba came to his senses and was anxiously trying to find a solution to the predicament, Hanover, who was sitting in front of the hall and had been quiet all this time, stood up. The whole hall quickly quieted down. Should the new fleet go to support Sardinia or Sicily first? Hanover looked around the hall and said slowly, "Whether it is the short-term effect or the long-term benefits for Carthage, reinforcing Sardinia should be the first choice. The difficulties that Sardinia has encountered are because the entire sea is controlled by the Dionia, so their defense is so passive. As long as we send our navy to repel the Dionia warships, Sardinia will restore order, and the trade route between Carthage and Sardinia will also be restored. However, the main problem of the war in Sicily is not just the problem of losing the advantage of the sea. The important thing is that our army has been blocked on land for a long time. Even if we send a fleet, they can't fight on land. The problem can't be solved immediately, right? That's right. Lord Hanover is right. Lord Hanover is still the one who sees things clearly. There's no need to argue anymore. We choose to support the new fleet to go to Sardinia. The hall suddenly became noisy. Preta Cuba anxiously said loudly, Lord Hanover, you're wrong to say that. The key to our war with Dionia is still in Sicily. As long as Sicily wins, the other problems will be solved. So, supporting Sicily, Preta Cuba, Hanover shouted, like a sleeping lion on the grassland suddenly showing its might. The whole hall became quiet. He looked straight at the head of the Maginid family in the Senate and said with a straight face, in order to let Carthage win this war, I have tried my best to cooperate with you, but your performance has disappointed me. For the sake of the interests of the Maginid family, you did not even hesitate to ignore the interests of the entire Carthage. This is clearly reflected in the issue of sending the new fleet to support Sicily, and the so-called reorganization of our Carthage army by Margot last time also reflects this. Why could such a large army not take down a village in Dionia for a long time? Isn't it because Margot replaced all the Carthaginian generals in the army and replaced them with Namibian generals who followed him in Iberia? That's why this happened. Can these Namibians be loyal to Carthage? Can they order their compatriots to fight to the death with Dionia at the risk of their lives? Margot led the army from the beginning to the current stalemate. Isn't the removal of the generals of the Carthage army, without authorization, the main reason for this situation? Then what makes me very puzzled is that the war has just begun. Why is Lord Margot so anxious to replace the generals of Carthage who are loyal to Carthage and insist on replacing them with Namibian generals who have been following him but have no feelings for Carthage? Under Hanno's repeated questioning, Preta Cuba was speechless for a while, but he broke out in a cold sweat. Seymour hurriedly retorted, that's because the generals of Carthage are incompetent in battle. Only by replacing them can the combat effectiveness of the army be improved. That's why our army was able to successfully conquer the Greek city-states on the south coast. As soon as this remark came out, there was an uproar in the hall. The elders stood up and retorted, after replacing the Carthage general, why can't the 100,000 troops take down a small village in Dionia? This is called improving the combat effectiveness. I propose that the Carthage army, which has spent a lot of revenue from the treasury, must be made up of Carthage citizens as generals. Otherwise, how can the safety of the city-state be guaranteed? Now Lord Margot is leading an army composed of aliens, most of whom are officers. Is this still Carthage's army? We must reinstate the previously replaced Carthage general. Otherwise, we will no longer provide any support to this army. Faced with the surging emotions of the elders, Preta Cuba's face completely changed. Also watching the scene, and deliberately looking at the solemn leader of the neutral faction, Hanno sneered in his heart. He had been quiet for so long, just for this day. Margot had made a big mistake when he replaced the generals of Carthage, because most of the generals were Carthage nobles. But at that time, he did not let the elders close to him impeach him. As a result, today, the rampant Margot faction had indeed made a mistake in the use of the new fleet. Only then did he act decisively, forcing the neutral elders to see the true face of the Margot faction. As their support for him weakened, the leadership of the Senate would return to his hands. Thinking of this, Hanno said loudly again, "My lords, please listen to me." The noisy hall quickly regained its silence, but Preta Cuba was alarmed. At this point in the meeting, the result is relatively clear. The new fleet will first reinforce Sardinia, and then look for opportunities to recapture Alenia. This is not only to ensure the income of the treasury, but also to enable us to continue fighting with Dionia. At the same time, we are fulfilling our obligation as the leader of all the Phoenician city-states in the Western Mediterranean. Now, not only are all the Phoenicians paying attention to this war, don't forget that there are also people from the mother country in Hadramminum who are listening to the news, referring to the remnants of the fleet sent by the Eastern Phoenicians. If we don't do this, we will inevitably lose our prestige. Will we still be able to command the other Phoenician allies in the future? Hanno's careful political considerations made many elders involuntarily nod their heads. Chapter 9:36. Hanno softened his tone and said, "Of course, Cuba, you don't have to worry too much about the fact that the Sicilian army also needs naval support. I remember that a few months ago, the Senate passed a resolution calling for the construction of 600 warships, and the 195 warships are only a part of it. After that, the warships that are built can be formed into a fleet and sent to the Sicilian Sea to provide assistance to our army." Cuba remained cautious and did not respond to Hanno's display of goodwill. However, it made Isuruba and the other neutral senators secretly nod in approval. They thought that Hanno was still able to consider the overall situation in the face of a war that was related to the survival of Carthage. But don't forget, we are building warships, and the Dionia are also building warships. Their shipbuilding skills are not much worse than ours, and in terms of naval warfare, we have not gained any advantage so far. Am I right, Anubis? Anubis nodded awkwardly. So, Hanno said loudly, "We should not pin our hopes on the Navy. Our hope of victory is still on the army led by Lord Margot, and on the more than 100,000 troops that cost a lot of money from the treasury of Carthage. I want to remind you that because of the blockade of the coast of Latin by the Dionysian fleet, we're not very clear about the progress of the war there, but we have received some news from the Etruscan merchants in the north. After the fall of Rome, the Roman army has been defeated and has retreated to a few small cities to the west of Latin. They are being besieged by the Dionysian army, and I am afraid that they will not be able to hold on for long. Once Rome is completely destroyed, the king of Dionia may lead the army south to land in Sicily, and by then, Margot deliberately paused for a moment to take in the uneasy looks on everyone's faces. He then solemnly said, "That's why Lord Margot has to take over Naxos and Catanai as soon as possible. He doesn't have much time left, although he once wrote to us that the reason he dismissed most of the Carthage generals was because they lacked the ability to command in battle. We don't understand the situation at the front lines, and we respect his decision. But I think that these Carthage generals who have been dismissed are the outstanding citizens of Carthage that we are familiar with. Are those ignorant and backward Namibians better than them? If that's the case, why are we ruling Namibia and not the other way around, Carthage?" "You're absolutely right, Lord Hanno." Many of the elders felt that their anger had been vented, and they loudly expressed their support. Without batting an eyelid, Hanno continued, "I suggest that we select a group of outstanding citizens of Carthage and have them serve under Brother Mara. Brother Mara will assign them duties according to their abilities. In this way, we don't have to worry about Brother Ma accusing us of interfering with his command and causing a setback in the battle. At the same time, we also give the young Carthage a chance to wash away the shame." I agree with Lord Hanno's suggestion. Lord Hanno is too thoughtful. As long as we give the young people a chance, they are much better than those lowly Namibians. Only Lord Hanno would dare to accuse Lord Mara of being biased against the citizens of Carthage. We absolutely support your proposal. One by one, the elders expressed their agreement. Cuba's heart was filled with bitterness and anger. Damn Hanno. Not only did he create a big problem for Lord Mara, but he also provoked the dissatisfaction of the elders against Mara. At this moment, he saw Hanno throwing him a smile. While the Carthage Senate was fiercely debating about the new fleet to reinforce Sardinia, the Devers had returned to Rome. Because the news of the complete conquest of Rome had been detected by the surrounding races who had been paying close attention to the war, they had sent messengers to Rome, hoping to meet the king of Dionia. Although the entire Dionysian army had been in the territory of Saturnicum for 20 days, the Devers completely lifted their confinement when they left. Only the 5th Legion and nearly 6,000 Rome soldiers followed him back to Rome. That night, the Devers held a banquet in the Rome City Hall to entertain the messengers from all sides. The war in Latin has just ended. There are many things to do in Rome, and the people's lives are still relatively difficult. We can't prepare a more sumptuous dinner to entertain our distinguished guests. I apologize with this glass of wine. The Devers raised his wine glass high in the main seat of the banquet and said apologetically, "Your Majesty, this is not right." The Wolsey messenger, Catamonalos, who was also the Archon of Palavenrum, said loudly, "The destruction of Rome is the best hospitality to us Wolsey people. When the people of Rome attacked the Wolsey territory, Your Majesty, at the risk of starting a war with Rome's ally, Carthage, did not hesitate to send reinforcements to help us Wolsey defeat the people of Rome, preventing the people of Rome from ravaging our territory for a long time. The Wolsey city-state alliance sent me as a messenger to Rome to meet Your Majesty, to tell Your Majesty that all the people of Wolsey regard the people of Dionia as our eternal friends. So this first glass of wine should be my sincere gratitude to you on behalf of all the people of Wolsey." As he spoke, he stood up, picked up a full glass of wine, and was about to drink it. Unexpectedly, another guest next to him hurriedly stood up and said loudly, "Wait! This first glass of wine should be given to Your Majesty by us Helniki people. If Your Majesty had not personally led the army and taken great risks in the expedition to Rome and completely defeated the people of Rome, I'm afraid that we Helniki people would have perished. Your Majesty, you and Dionia are the greatest saviors of all the people of Helniki, and we Helniki people will always be loyal allies of Helniki." Seeing this, the Devers was moved. He said emotionally, "Distinguished guests, we Dionia were able to defeat Rome thanks to the full help of the Wolsey and the Helniki people. I made a small mistake just now. This first glass of wine should be given to me and the two of you to thank us for our joint efforts in defeating the people of Rome. I also wish that the alliance and friendship between Dionia, Wolsey, and Helniki will always be maintained." When the Devers finished speaking, he brought the glass of wine to his mouth. "Your Majesty, you are right. This glass of wine should indeed be given to Dionia, Wolsey, and Helniki first," Catamontalos said meaningfully, then raised his head and drank the wine in his hand. In Latin, the Helniki people will fully support Dionia. Helniki's messenger, Nimeri, promised loudly and drank the wine in his hand. When the messengers of the other forces saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly, or they were deep in thought, but in their hearts they understood the fact that not only did Dionia have a strong military and defeated Rome, it also had the full support of the two major forces in central Italy, Wolsey and Helniki. Coupled with the Latin city-states that had submitted to it, Dionia's power in central Italy was even stronger than Rome at its peak. Therefore, when the Devers filled the glass again and toasted all the messengers present, they all stood up and respectfully congratulated the Devers. "Your Majesty the King, Devers." One of the messengers wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth and asked loudly, "Now that Rome has been conquered by Dionia, is Dionia preparing to support a new Rome? Or is it going to become a child state of Dionia?" As soon as his voice fell, the Devers learned from the interpreter beside them the content of the conversation and the identity of the speaker. The speaker was a Sabine messenger from Crete. The Devers knew that the relationship between the Sabines and the people of Rome was complicated. In the beginning, Romulus, the founder of Rome, led the Latin exiles to this barren land by the Tiber River. They relied on robbing the nearby Sabine towns to survive the most difficult period. Over the past 100 years, there have been many wars between Rome and the Sabines. However, there were also many Sabine tribes that actively or passively merged into Rome and became citizens of Rome. Therefore, the Devers said with a straight face, "Rome, Ve, Gabi, Fidena." These towns were all taken by the citizens of Dionia with their lives and blood. They will all become a part of the kingdom of Dionia. The kingdom will do its best to help the Rome and Latin people who have become citizens of Dionia rebuild these territories and turn them into prosperous towns in central Italy so that they can live a prosperous life. After listening to these words, The messengers looked at each other, each with different emotions. Your Majesty, the King of Dionia. Messenger Equi could not wait to ask. In the past, Rome relied on its powerful military force to often invade the surrounding races, threatening everyone's safety. Now that Rome has joined Dionia, will it still be the same as before, provoking wars everywhere and greedily seeking more territories? As soon as he said this, all the messengers pricked up their ears and focused their attention on the Devers. The Devers saw their expressions and understood that although Equi was asking about Rome, he was actually asking about the kingdom of Dionia that had suddenly invaded central Italy and had established a foothold there. What kind of foreign policy would the kingdom of Dionia adopt towards the surrounding forces? This was probably the question that all the messengers were most concerned about. He smiled and said in a clear voice, "If you understand the history of the founding of Dionia, you'll find that Dionia has never taken the initiative to invade the territories of other city-states and races. Usually, it was other forces that came to invade Dionia first. Some city-states even went against their promises and suddenly tore up the alliance with us, brazenly invading the territories of Dionia and slaughtering the people of Dionia. That was why we, Dionia, were so furious that we retaliated and destroyed them." Chapter 9:37. The Dever smiled and said in a clear voice, "If you understand the history of the founding of Dionia, you'll find that Dionia has never taken the initiative to invade the territories of other city-states and races. Usually, it's other forces that invade Dionia first. Some city-states even reneged on their promises and suddenly tore up their alliance with us, brazenly invading Dionia's territory and slaughtering Dionia's people. That's why we, Dionia, became enraged and retaliated angrily to destroy them. From this, it can be seen that we, Dionia, are not the former Rome. We are not tyrannical, nor are we greedy for other countries' lands. On the contrary, we love peace and are willing to get along well with our neighbors. Here, in the Latin region, Dionia will continue to uphold our consistent diplomatic attitude. We will live in peace with any force that wants to have friendly relations with Dionia. We will even sign some friendly agreements, carry out more extensive trade, cultural exchanges, and even mutual assistance. I would like to make a solemn promise to all of you here. Dionia's arrival in Latin is not to bring more wars to this war-prone land, but to eliminate wars and bring peace and prosperity. This does not only apply to the people of Rome and the Latin people under Dionia's rule, but also to you, as neighbors of Rome, who are also willing to get along well with us." Although some forces had received similar promises from the envoys sent by Dionia before, when these words came from the mouth of the king of Dionia, it undoubtedly made the envoys feel more at ease. Then the Sabine envoy asked, "Can we, the Sabines, also form an alliance with Dionia?" "Of course." The Devers smiled and said, "As long as the Sabines are willing to be friends with Dionia, Dionia is naturally willing to form an alliance with you. When the banquet is over, you can look for our diplomat, Topyrus, to discuss the matter of the alliance." As he spoke, the Devers pointed at Topyrus, who was sitting in the middle of the banquet. Topyrus immediately stood up and greeted Sabine's emissary with a smile. The Sabine emissary hurriedly responded, breathing a long sigh of relief in his heart. Dionia had occupied Rome, Fidena, and Crucium had submitted to it. Dionia's sphere of influence now bordered the Sabines' territory. Among all the surrounding powers, the Sabines had also become the power closest to the central city of the kingdom of Dionia, Rome, in Latinum. For more than 10 years, the people of Rome had been suppressing the Sabines to the point of suffocation. Now that a more powerful Dionia than Rome had arrived, they felt even more terrified. Now, with the promise of the king of Dionia, they were completely relieved to be able to form an alliance. Not only the Sabinians, but other forces were also more or less fearful. So the messengers also expressed their willingness to form an alliance with Dionia. Devers expressed their agreement one by one. "Your Majesty, the King of Dionia, I have a question," the Marsi emissary asked loudly. "If war breaks out between the two allies of Dionia, for example, Marsi has already formed an alliance with Dionia, and the conflict with the Herniki leads to war, and both sides ask for help from Dionia. Will Dionia help the Herniki who have a closer relationship with you? Or will it help Marcy who have just formed an alliance? We Herniki are busy rebuilding our homeland. How can we have a conflict with the Marcy who have helped us? Although Nimri was complaining, like the other emissaries, was looking forward to the Dever's answer. There are many powers in central Italy, and their relationships are complicated. Conflicts and wars between them occur from time to time. In recent years, it is only because of the strength and rapid expansion of Rome that the surrounding powers are under pressure that they have to temporarily form an alliance. The Dever smiled. His voice was not loud, but his tone was firm. As I've said just now, Dionia has come here for peace and prosperity. We will first stop the ongoing war and gather both sides to discuss the cause of the conflict. We will find a way to solve the conflict and restore peace between both sides. I believe that people of all races yearn for a peaceful life and do not want to be involved in a war that has no guarantee of life. If there is such a race that lives on war and plunder, then it will be a common danger to us, and we will definitely fight it together. Am I right? Your Majesty, you are right. If one day Wolsey has a conflict with other races, we are willing to listen to the messengers of Dionia to help us resolve the dispute. Katamonolos was the first to express his stance. We Herniki are also willing to listen to any decision of the messengers of Dionia. Nimri also said, the messengers of the other races, including the Marsi, understood that the king of the Devers wanted to establish a new order in central Italy with Dionia as the center, and he wanted the other races and forces to follow him. For them, this was actually not a bad thing, because according to what they knew, the Dionysian army did not pay too many casualties in destroying Rome, which they feared. Since the king of Dionia promised not to use such terrible force, but to solve the dispute through negotiation, they were much more at ease, so one by one they agreed with the decision of the Devers. At this time, someone said loudly, Your Majesty, the Celts in the north are the terrible force that lives on plunder, as he said. 20 years ago, they had invaded the Latin region, and now they are active in the north again. It is said that the former king of the Celts, Brennus, was still thinking about his defeat in Rome before he died, and repeatedly told the leaders around him to avenge him. Perhaps in a few years, the Celts will make a comeback, and I am afraid we all need to be prepared. What do you think of this? As soon as this was said, the messengers in the room quieted down. Although the Celt invasion happened 20 years ago, as the war lasted for a year, all the forces in Latin were more or less affected, so they all had a deep impression of it. The Devers looked towards the source of the voice, and the person who spoke was an emissary from the city of Fuflina. Fuflina was one of the 12 cities alliance of Etruria. This time, they represented the northern Etrurian cities that did not ally with Dionia, and they came to Rome. As these northern Etrurian cities and the Latin territory controlled by Dionia were separated by the southern Etrurian cities of Tarcona, Volci, and other southern Etrurian cities that had just allied with Dionia, the two sides did not have any contact before, and there was no conflict of interest between the two sides. The Devers had been speculating about their intentions, and now he finally understood. I've said it just now. No force is allowed to destroy the peace and tranquility of this land. The Devers said without hesitation, if the Voltans dare to invade the territories of Volci and Tarcona, Dionia will definitely gather their army, cross the Tiber River, and help their alliance to repel the Celts. The emissary of Fuflina was stunned, and he blurted out, What about northern Etruria? If the Celts attack northern Etruria, if Dionia does nothing, the situation will be very bad. The terrain of Etruria is flat. In these years, the northern Etrurian cities have only relied on the rolling mountains of the northern border to barely stop the Celts' invasion. However, if the Celts gather their army and invade the south, the northern Etrurian cities will have a hard time defending themselves. Once the Celts gain a foothold in the north, it will be easier for them to attack the south, and it will be even fiercer. When that time comes, the cruel Celts will once again attack Rome and Latin to avenge their old king, Brennus. The Devers had a troubled look on his face, and he said hesitantly, What you said makes sense, but Dionia does not have any diplomatic relations with the northern Etrurian cities. Even if Dionia wants to help, they will not dare to bring their army into your territory, lest the Etrurian people think that the Dionia are invaders just like the Celts. The emissary of Fuflana understood the meaning behind the Dever's words, and he immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to the Devers, saying, "As long as Dionia is willing to help us defend Etruria against the Celts, we, the northern Etrurian cities, are willing to form an alliance with Dionia." The Devers gently nodded and said in a clear voice, "It is a good thing that the northern Etrurian cities are willing to form an alliance with Dionia, and I welcome it very much. When the banquet is over, you can also discuss the alliance with our diplomat, Topyrus, like the other emissaries. I have said that Dionia came here to make friends, and we are very willing to join hands with our new friends from Latin, Etruria, and other regions to defend against the foreign enemies, to defend the peace of our homeland together." "My king, you have said it very well." Wolsey's Catamonalos raised his wine glass and stood up again, saying in an excited voice, "I propose that we toast the noble king of Dionia and thank him for bringing peace to us." Catamonalos' suggestion was immediately echoed by the other emissaries. The Devers smiled and drank with them. Topyrus drank this glass of wine with him, feeling quite excited. Although he would be very busy in the future, this kind of busyness showed the value of being a diplomat. After being in the Latin region for half a year, he could finally show his skills. After the emissary of Fuflana sat down, he let out a long sigh of relief. What he said just now was not completely true. Ever since the Celts invaded the south 20 years ago, the strength of the Etrurian cities had been greatly weakened, and the cities in the north were even more severely affected. Although the Celts did not gather a large army to attack the south in recent years, small-scale invasions were very frequent. In the beginning, the cities in the north helped each other and joined forces to defend, but the repeated failures caused them to fight on their own and barely hold on. Therefore, when Rome attacked the southern cities of Etruria, the cities in the north could only watch helplessly as they were forced to submit to Rome. This was because they could not even take care of themselves, so how could they spare the energy to reinforce the south? Chapter 9:38. When Dionia defeated Rome and forced the southern city-states of Etruria to surrender, the northern city-states were also watching from the sidelines. They were even worried that this southern kingdom, which was stronger than Rome, would become a great threat like the Celts. So when the news of the complete destruction of Rome came, the higher-ups of the northern city-states of Etruria could not sit still. They hurriedly sent messengers to Rome to inquire about Dionia's intentions. Now that they could form an alliance with Dionia, it was exactly what they wanted. The Devers put down his glass and looked around at the excited messengers. Suddenly, he remembered something and took the opportunity to say, "Consul Catamonalos, the 3 cities of Anium, Valette, and Saturnicum that were forcibly taken away by the people of Rome last year have been recaptured by us, Dionia. Please go back and inform the exiled Wolsey citizens of these 3 cities to return as soon as possible and take over their city-states." One of the purposes of Catamonalos' visit to Rome this time was to discuss the ownership of these 3 cities, but he did not expect that the Devers would return these 3 cities to Wolsey without any request. For a moment, he did not know what to say. After a moment, he said excitedly, "Thank you, your majesty, for your selfless help to Wolsey. Thank the people of Dionia for their great help to Wolsey. As far as I know, many of the warriors of Dionia were injured or even killed in order to help us recapture these 3 cities. For this, the Wolsey Alliance is willing to offer a large amount of wealth to your majesty to make up for the loss of Dionia. Although I know that these things cannot fully express the gratitude of the people of Wolsey to Dionia." After listening, the Devers said sincerely, "Wolsey and Dionia are allies, and Dionia is fulfilling its obligation as an ally to help you recapture your lost cities. I am very grateful for the gift of the Wolsey Alliance, and I deeply feel the friendship between Wolsey and Dionia. But I think that this batch of resources should be left to the people of Wolsey who have suffered from the war and urgently need to rebuild their homes." Hearing this, Kataimon was even more moved and was about to say something. Nimue, who was next to him, suddenly stood up and said, "Your Majesty, we, the Helniki, are also very grateful." Devers waved his hand and interrupted him with a serious expression. "Nimue, if you're going to give Dionia any resources, you don't have to say anything. I know that in this war with the Rome, the Helnisi have suffered the most losses. Not to mention rebuilding your homes. Even food is quite scarce. I'm afraid that even getting through the winter will be a big problem for you. So, I've decided to give you a batch of food to help you get through this difficult time. If you encounter any difficulties in the process of rebuilding your homes, you can come to Rome and ask us for help. The governor of Rome will do his best to help you." Nimue was stunned. He wanted to say something, but the words were stuck in his mouth. He moved his lips and soon began to choke. Kataimon expressed his gratitude in a timely manner. "Merciful King of Dionia, the people of Wolsey thank you. We are extremely honored and proud to be an ally of Dionia." Seeing this scene, the other emissaries, who felt the same, also felt relieved. Not only did they greatly lower their guard against the powerful Dionia, but they also thought that if Dionia could treat Wolsey and Helnisi like this, then when their own race also became an ally of Dionia, they believed that they would also receive the same treatment. Thus, the atmosphere of the entire banquet became even more enthusiastic and joyous, and the guests and hosts were all happy. For a period of time after that, Topyrus was busy negotiating with the emissaries and signing the Covenant of Alliance. During this period, something else happened. When Kataimon returned to Wolsey and conveyed the words of Devers to the Wolsey Alliance, they began to mobilize the previously exiled Wolsey people to return to their homes. However, the people of Saturnicum refused to return. The reason was simple. The town was cursed by the demons and had a plague, so it was no longer suitable for them. Even though the governor of Rome, Assists, assured the Wolsey emissaries that after a long period of observation by Dionia's doctors, the territory of Saturnicum was already safe and there would be no more plague. However, most of the people of Saturnicum still refused to go. After several discussions, considering that the war had caused the Wolsey population to plummet and that the entire Wolsey territory was now sparsely populated, the higher-ups of the Wolsey Alliance finally decided to gift the territories of Valette and Saturnicum to Dionia as a small token of appreciation for the selfless assistance of their ally. The reason why Valette was added was because the Wolsey people were worried that if it was only Saturnicum, it would be more like an evasion of responsibility and would appear insincere. They did not add Antium because they considered that in the future, Antium would have close ties with the Rome territory of Dionia. As the Wolsey town closest to Rome, Antium would undoubtedly receive great development in both land and sea, so the Wolsey alliance was somewhat reluctant to give it up. While the Devers were entertaining the emissaries of the forces around Rome, Sextus, who had just returned to Rome and had just reunited with his family, strolled to the foot of Capitoline Mountain. Capitoline Mountain had become the Acropolis of Rome because of the temples of Jupiter and Juno, the Lord God of Rome. However, the vast majority of the people of Rome rarely had the opportunity to go up the mountain to worship, and this was also the case for Sextus, who was once a platoon leader in Rome. However, today, Sextus saw that although there were also soldiers standing guard at the checkpoint leading to the top of the mountain, they no longer prohibited people from going up the mountain. Therefore, the entire mountain path was bustling with people going up and down the mountain. On his way up the mountain, Sextus met some acquaintances. They greeted him warmly, of course, with envy and flattery. "Hey, Sextus, you're back. I heard that you're going to be a commander. Congratulations. Your father is now an official of Dionia. Your family is really rich now. Please take care of us in the future." "Sextus, congratulations on winning the war again. This time, you'll be able to get a lot of land." "Sextus, my son, Curtis, although he's not 18 years old yet, he's already stronger than an adult. Can you let him serve in the army in advance?" Sextus was too tired to deal with them. In the end, he had to walk with his head down to avoid being recognized. When he reached the top of the mountain, he quickly walked to the location of the Temple of Jupiter. The magnificent temple in his memory had disappeared, and what was in front of him was a large, clean, and flat open space paved with marble slabs. It was as if the statues of the gods in the temple were just an illusion and had never existed. Only the cracked black marble could be associated with the tragic fire at the top of the mountain that his father had mentioned. Sextus originally wanted to come here to pay his respects, but there was not even a trace of the ruins. No wonder people who went up the mountain rarely came here. Instead, they walked to the edge of the cliff and overlooked the panoramic view of the city of Rome. He looked around in a daze. Suddenly, he saw many people busy at the temple of Janus, the god of war of Rome, on the other side of the mountain. He could not help but walk over. As he got closer, he saw that many people were from Rome. They were cleaning up the ruins. There were also a few people from Dionia. They were using tools to measure the ruins and using wooden boards to record and draw. Among these people, Sextus saw a familiar figure. "Storo," he shouted. Storo turned around and saw him. He nodded in greeting. Sextus rushed up to him and looked at the young man, who was once known as the youngest and most promising of the Roman civilians, but now looked haggard. He could not help but ask, "How have you been recently?" Storo was silent for a moment and said softly, "I've joined Ionia. There's nothing to worry about. I heard from my father." Sextus said sincerely, "I'm very sorry about your father and your father-in-law. I hope you won't be too sad." Storo smiled bitterly and sighed. "My father was infected with the plague. It was a punishment from Jupiter. No one could be blamed for it. But I heard that he was well treated and taken care of by the doctors of Dionia in the barracks of Saturnicum." "That's true," Sextus interrupted. "Not only your father, but all the soldiers of Rome who were infected with the plague were well treated and taken care of by the doctors of Dionia. That's why many of the infected soldiers of Rome survived. Yes, even as a son, I could only stay away from my father who was infected with the plague. For this, I am very grateful to the people of Dionia," Storo said calmly without fear. "And I heard that my arrogant relative who was infected with the plague has completely recovered after receiving treatment. You're talking about Servius, right?" "That's right. He has indeed gotten rid of the plague and has basically recovered." "That's good news. At least my wife's sister doesn't have to stay in my house anymore. I can have some peace now." Storo smiled bitterly. "As for my father-in-law, I've tried to persuade him to surrender many times, but he refused all of them. In the end, I was actually prepared for it." Speaking of this, he could not help but recall the importance and care that the great noble of Rome had for him. He could not help but look gloomy. He said in a heavy tone, "It's a pity that his body was burnt to a crisp and could not be identified from the other corpses. They could only be buried in the big tomb next to Mars Square. These days, my wife goes there every day to worship." Chapter 9:39. "I've heard about it," Sextus sighed. "It's the tomb of the Rome men. It is said that the name on the tombstone was given by the king of Devers, and Camillus's ashes were also buried in it. I think, although the name is simple, it is a compliment to them." There was a moment of silence between the two. Sextus realized that he had said something wrong. If it was a compliment to those who fought to the death, what about those who surrendered themselves? Therefore, he quickly changed the topic. "It's a pity that the temples of Jupiter and Juno have been burned down. I don't even know how long it will take to build them again." "Rebuilt." Stolo shook his head and turned his eyes to the empty space in front of him. There was pain, reluctance, and a hint of hatred in his eyes. He said faintly, "There will be no more temples of Jupiter, Juno, and Janus here. I heard from the people of Dionia that they will build the temple of Diana here, as well as the temple of Hades and the temple of Hera of Dionia. Jupiter has given up Rome. I think it will not be long before he is abandoned by the people of Rome." Sextus was surprised. He looked at the empty space on the top of the mountain in disappointment, but he did not say anything. The temple of Diana was the favorite temple of the commoners in Rome. During his time with the Dionysian army, the people of Dionia often praised Hades, which influenced him to think that Hades was a powerful god who cared about mortals. After he came back, he heard from his father that Hades was also quite popular among the commoners of Rome. As for Hera, He only knew that she was a Greek goddess in charge of marriage and family, so she should not be too bad. I heard that you will soon follow the Dionysian army south to fight against Carthage, Stolos suddenly said. Before we returned to Rome, the king of Devers announced it to us. How did you know about it so soon? Sextus was a little surprised. I am now in the city hall to assist the officials of Dionia. The current governor of Rome asked me about the weapons and equipment of the militia of Rome, the daily ration, whether they can adapt to traveling by ship, how much weight they can carry when marching. He asked in great detail. So I guess you will be going south, Stolos said confidently. Since the soldiers had returned, the news of the expedition would soon spread, so Sextus had nothing to hide. He said frankly, the king of Devers has publicly promised that he will not send the army of Rome into a difficult battle. However, after returning victorious, the soldiers received quite a lot of rewards, and some of the soldiers who performed outstandingly were immediately promoted. Therefore, many people expressed to me that they were worried that they wouldn't be able to fight in the south and wouldn't be able to obtain more military merits. They hoped that when the time came, I would take the initiative to ask to fight. Stolos sighed. Dionia is very different from Rome. For the civilians, they have more opportunities to rise. Why? Are you tempted? Sextus said, half-jokingly. You might as well join the reserve brigade of Rome now. I have a lot of things to do now. I am too busy, and I am afraid that the city hall will not let me go. Stolo complained, but there was a hint of pride in his words. I am also taking the time to familiarize myself with the laws of Dionia, so that I can pass their assessment and become a judge of this kingdom. May Diana bless you with success. Sextus wished sincerely. I hope that one day we can enter the Senate of Dionia and fight for more rights for the people of Rome. After hearing this, Stolo's spirit was lifted, and his face became a little more spirited. Let's work hard together. The two were full of ambition, and they looked at the city of Rome at the foot of the mountain. Rome, which was under reconstruction, was also full of vitality, but it was different from the past. At noon the next day, the Devers held another banquet. This time, the guests were the emissaries of the Latin Alliance and several Etrurian alliance. At the banquet, the Devers once again emphasized the responsibilities and obligations of the Latin Alliance in Dionia, and at the same time, solemnly promised that Dionia would not interfere in their internal affairs and would do its best to protect their territorial security. Now that Rome was completely destroyed, these city-states did not dare to be half-hearted. The emissaries rushed to express that they would absolutely abide by the covenant of the Dionia alliance. Since then, a huge alliance system with Dionia as the leader, the Latin city-states, and the southern city-states of Etruria as subsidiaries, and Wolsey and Helmiki as strong support replaced Rome and stood in central Italy, deterring the surrounding forces. That night, the Devers held a banquet for assists and Geogories in the house where he temporarily lived. I heard that this is the house of Cominius Maruginus, the patriarch of the largest clan in Rome. Although the location of the house is good, the interior decoration is very ordinary. It can be seen that the nobles of Rome do not advocate luxury, said the Devers casually after taking a sip of wine. Your Majesty, you underestimate Maruginus. He has several houses in the city, and this is only one of them. Besides, he has a bigger house outside the city, more than 600 acres of land, all along the river, and hundreds of slaves. Assists briefly introduced Maruginus's property. The Devers did not take it seriously. Instead, he laughed and said, "It is precisely because of these nobles of Rome that the commoners of Rome are angry. This made it easier for us to win the hearts of the commoners of Rome. They even applauded our decision to forcibly relocate the surrendered nobles. For this, I really have to thank these nobles. Your Majesty, are you really going to let these surrendered nobles of Rome follow you to Sicily to fight?" Assists asked with concern. Yes. The Devers stopped smiling and said seriously, "Even if many of the surrendered Rome army died because of the plague, there are still more than 7,000 people left, excluding the wounded soldiers who have lost their ability to fight. This is not a small force. I'm afraid that after I lead the army out of Rome, they will suddenly change their minds and refuse to leave Latin with their families. They might even start a rebellion and destroy the new order that we have spent a lot of effort to establish here. This will always be a factor of instability, and I will use a larger army to guard them, so they will not dare to do anything. But after all, they are not the reserve soldiers of Rome. Those people have basically surrendered to the kingdom. They have resentment in their hearts, and this time they're going to Sicily. Rome and Carthage are allies. If they collude with each other, Assists expressed his concern. The Dever smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have a way." Since he had always believed in the ability of the Devers, Assists did not try to persuade him anymore. The Devers looked at him and praised. "ACI, since you became the chief executive of Rome, in just a few months, the political situation in Rome has become stable, and the order is good. The various departments of the city hall have gradually achieved results in the management of the city. The people of Rome have also gradually recognized Ionia, and they have begun to obey the various laws of the kingdom. Your achievements are beyond my expectations." "Your Majesty," the assist said humbly, "there are still many problems with the governance of Rome. There are two most important problems. One is the language barrier, which reduces the efficiency of the execution of orders. The other is the conflict between the citizens of Ionia and the people of Rome. This is also the reason for the increase of conflicts in the city of Rome." The Devers gently nodded and said in a low voice, "The language barrier and the conflict between the new and the old citizens. These are the most common problems we encounter when we conquer a new race. You have served in Nudum, Canopetia, Messania, and Nona, and your political achievements are outstanding. I believe you have a lot of experience in this area, and you will eventually solve it well. Moreover, Geogres will give you a lot of help." Me? Geogres, who was quietly tasting the food at the side, was a little surprised when he heard this. "This time, you will lead the 5th Legion to stay in Rome. Not only do you have to be ready to extinguish any possible riots, but you also have to ensure the rule of the kingdom here." The Devers looked at him and said with a serious face, "Since the war here has just ended, the order has not been fully restored. It is impossible for the Ministry of Military Affairs to immediately send out military trainers to avoid riots when the citizens are gathered together. However, with the 5th Legion as a guarantee, you can use the slack farming time after the autumn harvest to gather the citizens of Rome, Veii, Gabii, Cisrella, Fedini, and other towns for military training. Try to mix the migrated citizens of Ionia with the new citizens of other races. Let them gradually cultivate comradeship through strict training and intense ball games, and learn the simple language of Ionia through frequent contact." "This is a great idea," the assists interrupted excitedly. "Do you still remember, Your Majesty? In the beginning, we mainly used this method to make the Lucania warriors of Bagul acknowledge us, and finally fight side by side with us." "Yes, of course I remember," the Devers said emotionally. "That was almost 20 years ago." The assists had an idea and immediately said, "I suggest that Latin's military camp be built south of the river port in Granary. This way, the military camp will not only be located in the center of these towns, but it will also solve the problem of the river port and granary security." Chapter 940. You and Geogres can decide on this after you have discussed it. The Devers tapped the table with his fingers and said solemnly, "You mentioned the river port just now. Now, the merchant ships from Greece to Rome use Cisrella and Antium as the transfer ports. It is very troublesome to travel to Rome by land or by water. So, for the better development of Rome in the future, Ostia must be rebuilt as soon as possible. As for the population problem, since we're going to return Antium, Valette, and Saturnicum to Wolsey, we can move the population of these 3 cities to Ostia. In fact, we can only move the population of 2 cities. There are not many people left in Saturnicum because of the plague." The assist looked troubled. He said, "Your Majesty, your suggestion is very good, but whether it is rebuilding Ostia or moving the population of the 3 cities, it is beyond my responsibility as the governor of Rome." The Devers smiled. "The Senate will probably send you a new letter of appointment tomorrow or the day after. You will be appointed as the wartime governor of Latin. The Devers' words surprised the assists. After all, the governor was recognized as the most powerful official in the kingdom of Dionia. Many senators flocked to this position, but so far only Cypros, Antonius, and Cypros had held this position. These three men were outstanding, and each of them represented a considerable force. Now that he had squeezed into the ranks of the top political figures in the kingdom, he was both excited and nervous. His voice was trembling. "Your Majesty, you mean, you want me to be the governor of Latin?" "Why? You don't want to?" The Devers looked at him with a faint smile. "Thank you for your trust in me, Your Majesty. I will do my best to fulfill my duties as governor." The assists immediately expressed his gratitude to the Devers. He knew very well that without the recommendation of the Devers, it would be difficult for him to sit in this position since he was less than 50 years old. "If I am promoted to governor, I will have more power, but also more responsibility," the Devers said solemnly. Latin is the strategic center of the kingdom's expansion to the north. There are many races here, and the relationship is complicated. In the past, it was an area where wars frequently occurred. As outsiders, the people under our rule are mainly the natives, the Latin people. How can we ensure the safety of our territory here? How can we ensure the stability of the whole area? How can we make the people support the kingdom? These are the problems that you need to focus on and urgently solve next. I hope that you can unite and cooperate with Antrapolis, Nicomachus, Terrace, and other governors to strengthen the communication between the towns here, build our territory here into an iron plate, and lay the foundation for the next step of our northward advance. The assists nodded. He looked solemn and did not speak. Obviously, he was feeling the Devers' pressure. Divers patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "I believe that with your ability, you will be able to handle this new position well. If you encounter any problems that are difficult to solve, you can also write to me directly." The Devers' eyes lit up. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Devers turned to look at the commander of the Fifth Army. Along with the letter of appointment from the assists, there is another letter of appointment issued by the Ministry of Military Affairs. "Georges, you will be appointed as the commander of the Latin area." "Me?" Georges was extremely surprised. His mouth was half open, and he looked a little funny with food in it. He hurriedly shook his head. I can't. This position should be taken by one of Aminta's, Matoni's, Lizu, or even Oliver's because they have made a lot of achievements. Achievements and seniority are not the most important factors in becoming the commander of the Latin area." The Devers took a sip of wine and said seriously, "But who is the most suitable? When I announced which army was willing to stay in Latin, you were the only one who volunteered to stay, and this position was already decided. We are at war now, and Latin is a region we have just conquered. The kingdom needs a commander here, but we don't need him to actively expand. Instead, we need him to strictly control the army and, at the same time, train the soldiers patiently and carefully monitor the situation in the region to prevent any possible accidents. When the enemy does appear, not only will he have to command his own army, but he will also have to command the reserve troops of the various towns, as well as coordinate and command the armies of the entire Latin area. You happen to be the most suitable candidate. Congratulations, Georges. I also think you are the most suitable person to be the commander of the Latin area. I hope we can work together to maintain the stability of the region." The assists also sincerely congratulated Georges. Georges did not refuse. He expressed his gratitude to the Devers and promised that he would fulfill his duty as a commander and protect the Latin area. The Devers sent off the two most prominent subordinates of the kingdom in the Latin area. After the servants removed the banquet in the living room and cleaned it up, only the Devers and Clodocatax were left in the living room. "What do you think of their appointment?" The Devers suddenly asked his son. "Lord Assis has outstanding ability, and he deserves to be the governor of Latin." But Lord Georges, although Clodocatax did not finish his sentence, he had already expressed his thoughts. The Devers looked at him and asked in a serious tone, "Before I came to Rome, you were also present at the military meeting in the Saturnicum barracks. When I mentioned that we need to leave a legion in Latin before we go to Sicily, other than Geogres, did any other legion commander express this wish? Clotocatax answered straightforwardly, no. Even Lord Amintas thinks that Latin has been completely conquered, and there is no need to leave a legion to guard it. The Devers sneered. Then, is this kind of practice that only cares about pursuing one's own glory and wants to gain more military merits, and is not willing to consider the overall situation and sacrifice one's own interests worth advocating? Clotocatax pondered. So, Father, you made Geogres the commander of Latin as a reward for him, and also a silent criticism of the other legion commanders? The Devers nodded slightly and said, also, Geogres seems a little clumsy, not like Amintas, Matones, and the others who are bold and proactive in doing things. But he can complete every mission given to him, and so far his legion has the least casualties. Clotocatax thought about it carefully. Indeed, the 5th Legion is the one with the most complete personnel. So, based on these 2 points, there is no doubt that Geogres is the most suitable person to be the commander of Latin among the legion commanders. The Devers warned softly, Clotho, as a leader, don't let your personal likes and dislikes affect your judgment of your subordinates. Only based on their performance in practical matters and their actions at critical times can you make an accurate evaluation of them. And only then can you arrange suitable positions for them, so that they can play to their best. After listening, Clotocatax nodded seriously, indicating that he understood. The Devers coughed softly and asked again, do you have any other thoughts about Assis becoming the governor of Latin? Clotocatax was puzzled, and asked in return, Father, is there a problem with this appointment? The Devers looked at him with bright eyes, and said in a low voice, there is nothing wrong with Assis himself. He is indeed the most suitable candidate for governor of Latin. However, you should not ignore his background. His uncle, Antonios, is now the governor of Downey. His father-in-law, Vespa, is now one of the presidents of the Senate, and his brother-in-law, Bogul, has always been the governor of an important town in the kingdom. He has high prestige among the Lacanians and also in the Senate. This time, Apulia was attacked by the remnants of the former fugitives, and Pacetti became the focus of the attack. Someone in the Senate proposed that Bogul, the governor of Silvium, be the wartime governor of Pacetti. If I approve this proposal, then there will be 3 governors and a rotating president of the Senate, and Assists, as the core figure of this power network, will inevitably become the most powerful person in the kingdom of Dionia, apart from me. What do you think about this? Clotocatax did not think of this before. He was surprised at first, and then fell in a deep thought. But in the end, he could not help but advise, Father, I heard that Lord Assis has been following you since you were in Persia, and he is one of your most trusted men. You should not be suspicious of him. The Devers' expression became serious. Son, of course I know that Assis is loyal to me, and I even know that more than 10 years ago, he refused to support Antonio's choice of the governor of Naxos in the Senate. However, always being vigilant in the face of power is a basic ability that a king must have. Power tends to lead to corruption, and highly concentrated power makes it easier for people to become ambitious, abuse power for personal gain, trade for money and power, and even have rebellions and wars. I believe that you must have learned a lot when you studied the history of the Mediterranean countries with Ansitanos in the Academy. Chapter 941. So, there can only be one center of power in the kingdom of Dionia, and that's the king. We can't allow other centers of power to appear. Otherwise, it'll lead to confusion and even civil strife. In order to ensure the stability and development of the kingdom, we must avoid concentrating too much power on one minister. Instead, we must disperse it. This involves another ability that the king must have: checks and balances. Checks and balances. Disperse the power and let the ministers restrict each other to form a balance of power. The Devers patiently taught. If a king can be good at checks and balances, not only can he ensure the stability of the kingdom, but he can also maintain the friendship between the ministers. This was the first time Clotocatax listened to the Devers explaining in detail how to control the ministers. It completely refreshed his understanding of politics. For a moment, he fell into deep thought, causing his mind to be in a trance. The Devers lovingly patted his tender shoulder and said softly, Clotho, don't think too much now. You can slowly experience it in the administrative affairs in the future. You have something important to do next, so you can't follow me to Sicily. Why? Clotho Catax was surprised. In my heart, Rome is the most important city in the kingdom after Turii. It has a wider and more fertile land than the Sabari Plain, a large population, and rich metal resources nearby. Therefore, in the strategy of the kingdom's northern expansion, Rome is even more important than Turii. As a foreign race, the Romans and Latins are mainly farmers. They are hardworking, brave, and disciplined. They are one of the best sources of soldiers. However, they have just been conquered and have not completely submitted to the kingdom, so their recognition of the royal family is even lower. After the Assists rule here for a few years, I'm afraid that the Romans, Latins, Etruscans, and other races will recognize him more than the royal family. This is not good for the stability of the kingdom of Dionia. In order to avoid the malpractice of Antonio's territory in Sicily, it's best to have someone from the royal family working here. On one hand, they can supervise the Assists, and on the other hand, they can win the hearts of the people. This is checks and balances. You're almost 20 years old. It's time for you to take on heavy responsibilities. Devers didn't say anything else. He looked at his son expectantly. Clotho Catax hesitated for a moment before his expression turned resolute. Father, I'm willing to stay. Very good. The Devers showed a gratified smile and patted his son on the shoulder again. Although this is your first official job in the kingdom, I'm not going to give you an easy job. I want you to be the low-level construction officer of Rome. You'll help the construction officer complete the transformation of Rome's urban area, the construction of the temple on Capitoline Hill, and the reconstruction of the Bridge of Rome, a series of public construction tasks. You'll be very busy in the coming days. Are you willing to accept this? Of course I am willing. This time, not only did Clotho Catax not hesitate, he was even a little excited. After all, as an ambitious young man, he always wished to take on heavy responsibilities. And to the Devers, after careful consideration, he finally decided to let his son be the construction officer with heavy responsibilities. This was because, be it the transformation of the urban area, the construction of the temple, or the construction of roads and bridges, these public projects would undoubtedly win the praise of the people of Rome. And as the construction officer, Clotho Catax would undoubtedly share this glory and attract the attention of the people. Furthermore, these construction projects required a lot of manpower. Most of them came from the people of Rome during the slack season. Clotho Catax frequently interacted with them. Not only could he understand the people, but he could also promote their good impression of the Dionia royal family. In this aspect, the Devers had no doubts about his son's charm. Of course, the only thing he needed to consider was safety. After Clotho Catax left, the Devers remained in the living room. Before long, Amirius rushed in. Your Majesty, I'm here. This thin intelligence chief was covered in sweat. He looked a little exhausted, but his expression was one of excitement. The Devers knew that ever since the conquest of the Latin region, in order to ensure the coverage of the entire region and the gathering of intelligence, the team led by Amirius had expanded rapidly with his permission. His intelligence work had become even busier, but the energetic Amirius enjoyed it. The Devers went straight to the point and said, Amirius, in consideration of your contributions in the war between the kingdom and Rome, I appoint you as the kingdom's intelligence chief in the Latin region. Even though Amirius had always been in this position, and he had only officially received this title, he still appeared very excited. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will definitely continue working hard. There's one more important mission. You have to do your best to complete it. The Devers looked straight at him and said solemnly, My son, Clotho Catax, will be staying in Rome as a junior construction official. During his stay in Rome, you have to do your best to ensure his safety. Nip any ill intentions towards him in the cradle. If anything were to happen, as the Devers spoke, he clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly slammed it heavily on the wooden table, producing a loud bang. Amirius couldn't help but tremble, but he immediately raised his right hand high with his palm facing the sky. He said in an extremely solemn manner, "O Lord Hades, I, Amirius, swear to you, I will do my best to ensure His Highness Clodo Catax's safety. If there's any negligence, I'm willing to let my soul be punished to hell." The Devers was taken aback. He never expected Amirius to be so resolute. According to what he knew, Amirius was indeed a loyal believer of Hades. He coughed dryly and said, "Very good. When Clodo Catax safely returns to Turii, my entire family will thank you." Amirius hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, ensuring your and His Highness's safety is my duty to begin with." The Devers nodded. What Amirius said was the truth. Although the salary of the kingdom's intelligence department was already paid by the finance department, it was still not under the kingdom's official jurisdiction. Instead, it was directly under the king. Even Aristyras still held the title of a royal herald and did the work of an intelligence chief. Therefore, to be precise, the entire intelligence department was a private subject of the Devers. Therefore, the Devers didn't elaborate further. When Amirius walked out of the living room, he couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. Although this mission was indeed a heavy responsibility, it was a rare opportunity to get closer to the future king. Following that, the Devers summoned Marcius and got him to arrange a few loyal, reliable, and excellent guards for Clodo Catax. The next day, the Devers returned to the camp in Saturnicum and gathered the high-ranking generals. He gave them the order to march to Sicily. At the same time, he issued an order. They were to disperse the nearly 7,000 Roman soldiers who had surrendered and incorporate them into all the units apart from the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade, including the Roman Reserve Brigade. Although a few army commanders raised objections, they believed that incorporating these Roman soldiers who were completely unfamiliar with the Dionysian army's tactics, to the point of them not being able to speak the language, would result in a decrease in the army's combat strength. However, the Devers persisted in their views, and the order was finally carried out. In the simple hall of the chief's residence in Bovianum Vetus, the central town of the Caracini Empire, great leader Contruc sat beside a fire pit with a gloomy expression. A servant brought over some firewood and placed it in the fire pit, lighting it up. Although it was still October, the temperature deep in the mountains had begun to turn cold. Contruc's aged muscles and bones could no longer withstand the cold, but the burning bonfire couldn't drive away the chill in his heart. "Great leader, our tribe is currently lacking in food. If we don't think of something, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive the winter." On the other side of the fire pit, Chief Steward Vanny, who was in charge of managing the tribe's supplies, said worriedly, "Not only is our tribe lacking food, but the other tribes are also lacking food." Contruc sighed helplessly, his white brows knitted together. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. The Caracini were completely defeated in this war. Not only did they lose many brave warriors, but they also lost a lot of supplies. At first, they were able to organize an army because of the aid of the Carthage people, but since the attack on Downey failed, the change in the war in Sicily, and Dionia's pressure on the Frentani, no more supplies passed through the territory of the Frentani. In order to continue the war, the four major tribes had to gather food from their own tribes and attack Campania instead. One of the reasons was to plunder more supplies. If it wasn't for the obstruction of the Dionysian army, the Simonians could be said to be a great success, but in the end, they suffered a crushing defeat. In order to lead the warriors back to their territories safely, Contruc abandoned all the plundered supplies in Beneventum, and in the end, the Dionia obtained them. Now, not only did the Caracini tribe suffer many casualties, but they also consumed a lot of supplies. It could be said that they had suffered a heavy loss in this war. Contruc rubbed his hands hard, then comforted him. "I've already sent someone to Pentine to find their great leader, Bardani, and asked him to help us with a batch of food dash. Ahem." High Priest Rong and I, who was sitting next to him, coughed heavily. "Although they have surrendered to the Dionians, as fellow Simonians, they have always been close to us. I believe that they will definitely lend a hand this time." Contruc glanced at him and said in an even more serious tone, "Although they have surrendered to the Dionians, they have always been close to us." Chapter 942. Not only did Pentini surrender to Dionia, but they also dared to refuse to recognize the priestly group and elect their own high priest. This is a blasphemy against the sacred tradition. Rong and I roared angrily. I heard that it was a request from Dionia, and they had no choice but to comply. Are you going to punish La? Contract sighed, and the wrinkles on his face deepened. He looked at the burning flames in front of him blankly. Now, whether it's Bardani or I'm afraid the only thing we can think of is to let the tribe survive this difficult period. Savone will curse them, Rong and I said hatefully and slammed her wooden staff hard. At this moment, a guard came in to report, "Great leader, Chief Theramonk is back. Let him in quickly," Contract said anxiously. A burly middle-aged man walked into the hall with heavy steps. Contract saw his expressionless face and felt uneasy. "Theramonk, you're finally back." Did Bardani agree? Theramonk glanced at everyone in the hall, then shook his head and said in a low voice, "Bardani said that the Pentini tribe had almost run out of food in the previous war, and now they're relying on Dionia's help. It's impossible for them to have extra food to help us. Damn Bardani." Contract's anticipation turned into disappointment, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. His father committed suicide 10 years ago. If it wasn't for our support, how could he have become the great leader of Pentini? Now that he's betrayed the Samanai alliance, forgotten our kindness to him, and ignored the ancient tradition of the 4 major tribes to help each other, refusing to lend a helping hand, Savone will never let this coward off the hook. High Priest Rong and I glanced at him and said coldly, "Who was the one who spoke up for him just now?" "I've already said that these traitors are unreliable." Contract snorted but did not respond. "Great leader, don't we still have the Forentani? We can borrow some rations from them." Vanny, one of his trusted subordinates, suggested. "They're even more of a bunch of cowards. Don't have any expectations for them." Contract did not have a good impression of the eastern neighboring tribe that claimed to have the blood of Samanai. He said disdainfully, "Previously, because the Dionia pressured them, they refused to let us enter their territory. Now that they've seen us defeated, they can't wait to hide. Why would they provide us with help? Since they won't give, then we'll rob them," Vanny said fiercely. The high priest and the treasurer didn't react in the slightest when they heard this, because the Caracini's daily life depended on herding and plundering for a living. But at this moment, Contract frowned. "Do you think the tribes below haven't thought of this? In the morning, I just received the news that yesterday, a few tribal leaders in the east led hundreds of warriors to invade the territory of the Fiorentani people. However, the Fiorentani people mobilized more people to counterattack and beat them back. They even lost some of their people. Now, the Fiorentani have stationed troops at the border and are on guard against us. No matter how cautious the Fiorentani people are, they are no match for the brave warriors of our tribe. As long as we gather all the warriors of the tribe, we will be able to defeat them and force them to hand over their food obediently," Vanny said proudly. "Vanny, you have a good plan, but go ask the tribes in the city and see if any of them are still willing to go to war." The leader of another large tribe, Theramonk, who was sitting beside the fire pit, suddenly sneered and said loudly, "The war with Dionia has caused many casualties in our tribe. Now all the tribes are short of resources and are unable to compensate the families of the tribesmen who died in the war. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the tribesmen to respond to the call. Besides, without the help of Pentini and Kautini, can our Caracini tribe really defeat the Frentani tribe with our current strength? Besides, it would be useless even if they could defeat them. Don't forget that the Frentani were now affiliated with Dionia. They can ask for help from Dionia at any time. It's not just the Frentani people. It's reported that the Maxi people in the north have also made some movements in the past few days. They seem to be preparing to avenge their previous defeat." Even though Contract was very close to the fire pit, he still seemed to feel cold. His body was curled into a ball, and he kept rubbing his hands with a worried frown on his face. His eyes were a little dazed. Although the Dionia people have left Pentini's territory, they are still entrenched in Benventum and may march north at any time. We are surrounded by enemies, and we still have to suffer from hunger. Beside him, High Priest Roan and Vanny were also frowning, their eyes filled with confusion. Only Theramond, who was standing opposite the fire pit, did not look worried, but his expression was uncertain. He kept glancing at the others, and finally could not help but say loudly, "There's only one way to save us, the Caracini people. Surrender to Dionia?" His words were like a clap of thunder that shook the three of them. High Priest Roan was the first to yell, "Even if all of us starve to death, we will never surrender to our mortal enemy, Dionia, who is trying to destroy our sacred tradition. No, we can't surrender to Dionia. I heard that they claim to punish the instigators of the war." While Vanne objected, he looked worriedly at his great leader, Contrak. Theramond gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and stood up straight. He mustered his courage and looked straight at Contrak. "It's not a big deal to change some traditions for the survival of the entire tribe. Besides, if it weren't for your insistence, many tribes wouldn't have agreed to send warriors to invade Dionia's territory that doesn't share a border with us. There's an old saying in the Salmonese, the one who attracts the crows is responsible for driving them away. Chief, you should take responsibility for the entire tribe that's facing extinction." "Theramond, how can you speak to the chief like that?" Vanny yelled in panic. Contrak stared at Theramond and slowly stood up. His hunched and trembling body instantly became imposing, and he pressed down on Theramond aggressively. "You didn't go to Pentney for help. Instead, you went to the Dionia and prepared to surrender to them, didn't you?" Since the words had been spoken, Theramond decided to go all out. He stood where he was and did not back down. "Of course I went to Bartheni, but the Dionia also found me. You should know that our enemies are not only Dionia, Frentani, and the Maxi, but also the Volsi in the northwest and the Pentney who have cut off contact with us. The forces around us have all become allies of the Dionia. As long as Dionia gives the order, they will attack us. Chief, when you persuade us to start a war, you always say for the good of the Karakines. Now, the Karakines are facing a life and death situation. If you really think for the sake of the entire Karakines, shouldn't you do something for us?" After hearing these words, Contrak's imposing manner instantly faded, and a gloomy expression climbed onto his old face. He swayed his body and sat down dejectedly. The hall suddenly fell into a cold silence. Suddenly, a guard rushed in and shouted in panic, "Chief, there are a lot of tribesmen outside, and they want to force their way in. They said they want to propose to you." Vanne subconsciously looked at Saramond and asked, "You did it? You overestimate me." There was a trace of sadness in Theramond's voice. "They just want to live." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a deafening cry outside. "Sue Dionia for peace immediately. We request to re-elect the chief." Hearing this, Contrak, who was already old, instantly looked even older. His face was pale, and he stood up shakily. He refused Vanny's help and staggered towards the courtyard door. The army of Dionia in Latin sailed south in batches, and the Third Fleet, which received orders from the Devers, returned to escort them. During this period, Caracini surrendered to Dionia. It was said that the former chief, Contrak, committed suicide at home, but only the current chief was present when he committed suicide, so there were also rumors that he was killed by Theramond. This caused quite a stir in Caracini. Max Brutus, a former aristocrat of Rome, was now a surrendered soldier of the 1st Company of the 2nd Brigade of Dionia's 2nd Legion. He had just been dispersed and had not had time to familiarize himself with this completely unfamiliar military environment before the army began to sail south. It was the first time in young Max's life that he rode on a ship. The ship rocked in the waves without a moment's rest, and he also vomited until he passed out. He was tossed around for an entire day. On the 2nd day, he was woken up by a comrade next to him. "Brother, don't sleep, we should go ashore." Max did not understand what the Dionia soldier said, but he followed the direction of the soldier's finger and understood what he meant. The ship was sailing toward the town on the coast. They finally reached the shore. Max let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. This was the first time he went to the sea, and he had never longed for land so much. He took a deep breath of the sea breeze, trying to get rid of the rotten smell in his mouth. The soldiers around him were talking and laughing excitedly, but he could not understand what they were saying. He did not know what the other people in Rome who were in the same situation as him were thinking. Chapter 943. However, Marquez was eager to learn the language of Dionia and integrate into the environment. He could still remember the speech made by the king of Dionia, who defeated the great Camillus. Soldiers of Rome, Rome has been annexed to the kingdom of Dionia. You have been completely defeated. You can always harbor your hatred for Dionia. But please don't forget that when you conquered Villiers, you killed all the captive males in Villiers City. When you occupied Satnicum, Anium, Villiers, and other Wolsey territories, you either killed or enslaved all the Wolsey males you captured. But today, when you were defeated, Dionia did not deal with you the way you did in the past. It did not end your young lives early, and it did not turn you into lowly slaves. Instead, it gave you the opportunity to become a citizen of Dionia. I believe that many of you have had contact with your former compatriots in Rome. You more or less know what kind of rights and benefits a citizen of Dionia will bring you. You may not be as rich as you used to be, and you can no longer use your power to oppress other citizens at will. But you will become a citizen of the most powerful kingdom in the Mediterranean Sea, and you will be envied by the people of other countries. You will see a wider world and get more opportunities for development. Well, people of Rome, no matter what, the Rome of the past has been destroyed. You are facing a new beginning. Do you want to continue to hate and be suppressed and destroyed in the end? Or do you want to pick up your spear and shield and fight with us to win the respect of the people of Dionia and open up a new future for yourself and your family? It's up to you. It's up to us. Marquez muttered silently in his heart. At this time, a man appeared in front of him, patted him on the shoulder with a smile on his face, and asked with concern, "How are you? Are you okay now?" That smile always reminded Max of how the Dionic doctors treated him meticulously when he was afflicted with the plague and filled with despair. That was why he could live to this day in good health. That was why he didn't hate the Dionians too much. He believed that all the people of Rome who were cured by the doctors of Dionia would have such a feeling, because it was the people of Dionia who gave them a second life. Marquez looked at the Dionia officer who had been concerned about him. Although he did not understand what he said, he roughly understood what he meant, so he quickly nodded. "Let's disembark together." The team officer pointed at the dock that was already within reach, and then picked up the wrapped shield, spear, and armor that were placed beside him. Mars wanted to stop them, but he could not speak Greek at all. Coupled with the fact that he had been vomiting nonstop, his body was indeed weak. He could only watch helplessly as the officer opened the bags and asked the other soldiers to help him carry one item each. This scene made him determined to learn the language of Dionia as soon as possible. In fact, Marquez's judgment was wrong. What he saw was not a town, but a tree naval base. Therefore, when the other Rome soldiers who were not seasick boarded the passenger ship and entered the port of the naval base, all of them widened their eyes in surprise. In front of them was a port that was many times larger than the port of Ostia. Countless piers stretched out from the winding coast like a terrifying centipede. Huge warships cruised on the other side of the port, sometimes stopping in formation, sometimes sprinting. The slogans of the sailors echoed throughout the port. A few Latin soldiers in Legio III proudly told the people of Rome who were stunned, "There are 5 naval bases like this in the kingdom of Dionia. The First Fleet has 2, Tarentum and Castellan. This is not the largest one." These former nobles of Rome were even more bewildered. They suddenly found that the strength of the kingdom of Dionia was far beyond their imagination. The unwillingness in their hearts dissipated under this powerful deterrence. The naval base of the Third Fleet was in Trine, but the military camp of Legio VI was not here. It was in Silatina. The two cities were dozens of miles apart. For the convenience of continuing south, the soldiers who went ashore were not taken to the Silatina military camp. Instead, they rested in the new camp outside the naval base. 10 days ago, the Devers had already made this plan. They wrote a letter to the Senate, and the Senate urgently informed Trine and the surrounding towns. The idle people were organized by the city hall to build a camp for the coming army. So when the army of the expedition to Latin arrived, the soldiers found that the camp had already been built and everything was in place. They did not need to do anything at all. Since the expedition to Rome, it was rare for them to enjoy a ready-made campfire without having to do anything. When they settled down, the officers announced another good news to them. His Majesty the Devers, in order to thank you for your contribution to the kingdom in Latin, has specially allowed you to hold a bonfire party to celebrate tonight. The soldiers cheered when they heard this. The whole camp was in an uproar. Of course, except for the Rome nobles and soldiers who did not know what was going on. In the afternoon, the officials of the Trine City Hall led the organized people to deliver countless bottles of wine, hundreds of goats, and other food to the entire military camp. Of course, there were more people who came to the military camp to visit their loved ones in Legio 6. To prevent them from disrupting the order of the entire military camp, Commander Tradonost allowed the soldiers to meet outside the military camp. In this expedition to Latin, Legio 6 suffered many casualties. The civilians who learned that their loved ones had been killed or severely injured were crying in sorrow. The civilians who saw their loved ones standing in front of them in perfect condition were crying in joy. In short, the area outside the camp was filled with cries, but inside the camp there was endless laughter, forming a strange scene. At dusk, the soldiers of the various legions walked out of the camp under the leadership of the team officers and came to the wilderness that had been set up. There were hundreds of wheat mounds made of freshly harvested wheatgrass. They were distributed in circles, and there was a relatively large open space in the center with a larger wheat mound. Every squad sat around a pile of wheat. The squad leaders brought a few soldiers to the supply camp and brought back a few jars of wine, a few large jars of stewed and hot mutton giblet soup, a goat that had already been slaughtered, cleaned, and cut up, a basket of fresh fruits, a basket of washed fresh vegetables, and a jar of dried fruits. The captain personally served the soldiers, filling the wooden cups in each soldier's hands with wine and the pottery bowl with haggis soup, although Max wasn't as excited as the other soldiers. In the squad, to drink the Talii wine, he still expressed his gratitude to the squad leader, who looked even younger than him due to his noble upbringing. The captain saw that he had a good attitude and said some words of encouragement. Marquez, who did not understand the language of Dionia, could only nod slightly. In the end, the captain laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Then, he went on to serve the next soldier. The next soldier's attitude towards the captain was much more respectful, which made Marquez feel a little strange. Of course, he did not know that the captain's name was Adoris, and he was the adopted son of the king of Dionia. Just as the soldiers began to eat, the sky gradually darkened, but soon the wheat mounds were ignited one by one, driving away the darkness of the wilderness. Dong! Dong! The vigorous sound of drums suddenly sounded, and the originally noisy bonfire venue quieted down under the reminder of the team officers. Then, a sonorous and solemn chant reverberated in the air above the venue, causing the soldiers to put away the smiles on their faces. Then, they saw a group of people with strange appearances and different clothes appear in the center of the venue, next to the largest bonfire. It's the birth of Hades. Some of the soldiers had already guessed the song of the large-scale play and began to cheer. The large-scale play of Dionia had only been around for more than 10 years, but it had developed very quickly. Now, it had moved away from the original pantomime performance and had individuals singing and dancing, of course. This was inseparable from the enlightenment of the king's Devers, which made the performance of large-scale plays more diverse, and it attracted more people of Dionia. The song The Birth of Hades was one of the classics, and it was very popular among the people. Therefore, the soldiers present temporarily stopped eating and playing and focused on the performance. The first act of The Birth of Hades was about the siblings Hades, Zeus, Poseidon, Hera, and Hades defeating their father, Cronus, and began to divide the world. When everyone was arguing for more benefits, Hades took the initiative to go to Hades' purgatory to watch over and supervise the souls of the dead. The gods were puzzled by his firm decision, and they were ashamed that he did not fight for fame and fortune and only focused on achieving his ideals. In the second act, Hades came to the underworld, which was very chaotic due to the lack of control. Hades invited Thanatos and Hypnos to be the god of death and the god of sleep. He also persuaded Minos, Radamandas, and Ajax to be the three judges. He subdued the three-headed dog, Cerberus, to be responsible for guarding the gate, and Charon to be in charge of the ferry. Finally, order was restored in the underworld. In the third act, the underworld was well governed. Hades married the goddess of fertility, Persephone. The humans thanked him for his contributions and worshipped him. Finally, he danced happily with his subordinates. The entire plot was meticulously compiled by the priests led by Plazinus. Most of the dialogue in the play was sung. The melody was composed by the famous music poet of the kingdom, the teacher of the Dionia Academy, Pharisanus, who led the students to complete it with great effort. The last group dance, which surpassed this era, was composed by the Devers. Hence, the birth of Hades was sculpted by the hands of many famous artists. When it was performed for the first time during Hades' celebration, it caused a sensation among the people of the kingdom. Because of the language barrier, Marquez was not as mesmerized as the other soldiers. However, the actors' exquisite costumes, superb acting skills, and beautiful singing attracted his attention. He tried hard to guess the plot. Chapter 944. When the cheerful music played at the end of the third act, the actors quickly lined up in a neat triangle and began to dance to their heart's content. Marquez and the other Roman soldiers were wide-eyed. They had never seen such a strange dance before. Accompanied by the ups and downs of the music, the actors' movements were sometimes masculine, sometimes soft, and sometimes comical. They shook their heads, twisted their waists, and swayed their hips. These dance movements were something they had never seen or heard before, but they fit the music so well and were so uniform that it made everyone's blood boil. Their bodies trembled with the music, and they wanted to dance to their heart's content. In fact, when the music started, many Dionia soldiers stood up, hummed the melody, shook their heads and swayed their bodies, and danced with the actors on the field. The drama lasted for more than an hour. When it ended, the audience burst into cheers. Even many Roman soldiers could not help but shout along with their comrades. But soon, the people of Rome stopped shouting, and the soldiers of Dionia cheered even more enthusiastically because their beloved king, Devers, was standing in the center of the hall. The Devers was wearing the same black shirt as the soldiers, holding a wine glass in his hand. He looked around and said with a solemn and loud voice, "Brothers, it only took you 4 months to conquer Rome and the surrounding city-states, saving our allies, and removing the threat from the north of the kingdom. You will be engraved on the stone tablet for this war, and be remembered by future generations. Your families will be proud of you, and the kingdom will be proud of you. Here, on behalf of the Senate and the generals who commanded you, I propose a toast to you, thanking you for your blood and sacrifice in this war." As the Dever spoke, he bent down and held the wine glass with both hands. He raised it high above his head and slowly turned around. At this moment, the field filled with tens of thousands of people was silent. Only the sea breeze could be heard. The Dever stood up again and shouted, "This glass of wine is for you, the heroes of the kingdom. Cheers!" The field was suddenly filled with thunder. "Cheers, your majesty!" The Dionia soldiers all raised their wine glasses and shouted excitedly. Some of them even shed tears. Devers gulped it down in one gulp and wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand and gestured for the crowd to quiet down. Then he said loudly, "Was the play I just performed good? Beautiful. Next, I'll also perform something for you, okay? Good." The soldiers shouted excitedly, "This is a song I wrote for you." After Devers said this, the soldiers became even more excited and expectant. Devers coughed twice, and the entire venue quietened down. "We are soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia, brave warriors who defend the safety of the kingdom. Take up my dear shield and lance." He rushed to the battlefield without hesitation. My parents were reluctant to see us off. The ardent expectations of his wife and children at home. With our longing, we rushed to the battlefield and won glory to share with them. We are soldiers of the Legion of Dionia. Devers had been preparing this song for a while. The original song came from the famous Soviet song Katyusha in his previous life. The melody was simple and beautiful, The rhythm was light, and there was a hint of romance in the heroic. It was very suitable for the soldiers to sing during marching and fighting. Devers took it out at this time in the hope that it could inspire the soldiers to overcome the fatigue of long-term fighting, reinvigorate their enthusiasm, and devote themselves to the next battle against Carthage with exuberant fighting spirit. Sure enough, the soldiers fell in love with this song after listening to it once. Due to the simple melody, many soldiers could quickly hum along. When Devers sang it for the third time, the soldiers could already sing it loudly. The entire venue was filled with singing and was unusually lively. After Devers finished singing, the surrounding singing did not stop. The soldiers were completely intoxicated. After a while, the venue became a little quieter. Devers asked loudly, "Brothers, is it good?" "It's very good, Your Majesty." "Do you want to know the name of this song?" "Yes. It's called the Song of the Legion of Dionysia." Not only the soldiers, but even the officers were surprised. This song was written for us. Everyone was filled with pride and pride. The soldiers who had stopped singing sang again in a louder voice. "We are soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia." They were so engrossed in singing that the fanatical atmosphere infected the Roman soldiers. Even though they did not understand the meaning of the song, they also hummed the tune softly. The song was really catchy. After singing it again and again, the soldiers of Dionysia memorized the entire song and the lyrics. Devers signaled for them to quiet down again. He smiled and said loudly, "Next, the two commanders, Amyntas and Martones, will perform wrestling for everyone. Do you want to watch?" "Yes." When the soldiers heard that there was such a good thing, they all shouted excitedly. Wrestling was one of the most common sports events in Greece. The Dionysian soldiers had been training since they were young, and wrestling was also a routine event to train the soldiers' physique. However, they had never seen two high-ranking army commanders wrestling, so they were naturally very curious. According to Greece's tradition, the contestants were supposed to be naked and covered with olive oil. However, the autumn night was a little chilly. The two commanders were not young, so they were wearing black shirts to prevent themselves from catching a cold. It did not affect the enthusiasm of the soldiers. When the two commanders stood in the middle of the venue, the cheers became even louder. "Are you ready?" Devers asked with a smile. Amyntas stared at his opponent and raised his chin. "Martones, you always like to compete with me. Today, I'll let you know who the strongest warrior in the kingdom is." Martones blinked and said indifferently, "Old Captain, you're older than me. Don't worry, I won't use my full strength." "Trying to provoke me?" Amyntas grinned, but his expression soon turned serious. He took a small step back with his right foot, squatted down, arched his back, and opened his arms wide. He was ready to strike. Seeing this, Martones immediately got ready to wrestle. At this moment, Devers became the referee and shouted, "Begin!" The two commanders roared at the same time and pounced on each other. The hall immediately erupted into an uproar. The soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Corps were desperately cheering for their respective corps commanders, while the soldiers of the other corps were also cheering for the two famous corps commanders. If there were no officers to maintain order, most of the soldiers would have probably rushed to the center of the hall. Even though they could not leave, they stood up and kept waving their arms, shouting and jumping. The scene was very lively. In such an atmosphere, Amyntas and Martones had long forgotten about Devers' reminder that it was just a performance and not to take it too seriously. They became high-spirited and used all their skills, wanting to completely defeat each other. The two of them fought for a long time and were panting from exhaustion. Even their shirts were torn. In the end, Amyntas, who was 6 years older than Martones, fell to the ground due to exhaustion and lost the match. Martones immediately helped him up. Amyntas patted the dust off his body and said indignantly, "Kid, if it was 10 years earlier, you definitely wouldn't be able to defeat me. But now, I'm old." Martones, who had the upper hand, did not argue with him. He only had a smile on his face. At this moment, Devers said loudly to the soldiers around them, "Soldiers, was the wrestling performance of the two commanders exciting?" "Exciting." The soldiers yelled excitedly. Devers pointed at the two who were patting the dust off and said seriously, "Commander Amyntas is 54 years old this year, and Commander Martones is 48 years old this year. They are old, but they are still strong and agile. They are not weaker than you young people. This is the result of their persistent training. Therefore, all of you should learn from the two core commanders. Persevering in training will not only improve your killing skills and gain more battle merits, but it will also keep you healthy and young. Am I right? Yes. The soldiers, especially the soldiers of the First Legion, yelled. The yelling dispelled the awkwardness in Aminta's heart. The next to perform was Epicthenus and Oliver's. Both of them were cheerful and lively generals. They had a handstand walking competition, which was indeed out of the soldiers' expectations. Their funny performance made the soldiers laugh. Next, Legio III's Commander Lazaro and Mountain Reconnaissance's Captain Azomo had a sprinting competition. Cavalry Commander Leds and Cusius had a horsemanship competition. Legio VI's Commander Torturas and Royal Guard Captain Marcius had a heavy infantry competition, and the Third Fleet's Commander Middleades and his crew cooperated to climb the mast at this moment. The prestigious generals who commanded the army to charge and break through the enemy lines were doing their best in the center of the venue. Some were even shouting and yelling ungracefully. Their faces were covered in dust, which was a novelty to the soldiers. It also gave them some psychological balance. This was one of the main reasons why Devers insisted that the generals perform for the soldiers on this special night. However, for the soldiers of Rome's Reserve Brigade and the noble soldiers of Rome who had surrendered, although they were surprised that the Dionia generals did not put on airs and mingled with the soldiers, they were not as excited as the Dionia soldiers. After all, they were not familiar with the Dionia generals and did not have a deep impression of them. That was until Sextus stood in the center of the venue.